sorry, my friend, sorry. No, it is also in the letter. Hey, bonjour. Yeah, that's sure.
Thank you, councillors. Is Councillor Mkina back? Councillor Dami, are you reporting back? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for granting us a caucus break. I'll hand over to Councillor Nguse to report.
Oh, Councillor?
Nguse is our speaker on the item.
Councillor Mguse.
Yes, thank you.
So, councillors, so your request, Councillor Dami, if I've got it correct, is that Councillor Nguse speaks on this item after you've looked at it. Correct. We will allow that. Councillor Christians, I see your hands.
Speaker, Democratic Alliance would like to put on record that that ruling of yours is in breach of Rule 63 of the Rules of Order, as per the already printed speakers list. Thank you.
You're losing your bodyguard.
Councillors, just to respond to Councillor Christians, the rule speaks of 24 hours, Councillor Christians. Yeah. And obviously, we have allowed previously. It's not the first time. And therefore we will allow them to put a speaker on. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Peterson, if you will come after Councillor Nguse, Councillor Nguse, and Councillor Sitolia after that.
Thank you, Speaker of Council, for allowing us to have what we call unwritten law caucus. And thank you for protecting us from the DA. We really, really appreciate that. Speaker, the ANC, we really want to register our concerns regarding the extension of individuals to act. Speaker, we believe that we may be councillors who did not go to school, but we do have legal individuals who can always advise us on procedures so that we are not found wanting as this council. Also taking decisions that we are not certain of. So it is the view of the African National Congress that the legal minds must be utilized and we must never doubt their input. We are raising this thing, Speaker, because we believe that these are individuals who are in these positions must be given time to prove themselves. But we must also indicate, Speaker, that acting does not stabilize any organization. People will not take decisions because they are acting, and we must be worried about such. So it is the view of the ANC that when we are dealing with these individuals who are acting in various positions, let's separate these issues. Because what we are doing now, we are just clapping everything for council to just endorse. So can we then separate these things? Let's deal position by position, so that we can reflect frankly and take informed decisions. So it was in this morning, Speaker, where the council almost collapsed, where we were debating the issue of our colleague Andile. It is for that reason, this is logical then. It tells us that you can't just club these issues, separate them, so that we deal with the merits of each and every position. So this council frankly debated the status of our employee. And as we speak, we do not have our employee there, as we speak. So we are refusing to be co-opted as the African National Congress to some street discussions, but we believe to be co-opted to council decisions or discussions. There we are liberated. We can argue our point. As long as it is a sound decision, we'll definitely support it. But when we are in a situation where there are street discussions and then we are anticipated to endorse it, we are refusing to be co-opted to such. So, logically, you were supposed to come and tell us, because previously, the block of hands, when we were making our inputs, blocked us. So where is the employee? Because in our understanding as African National Congress, we must have this employee who was moving from Cape Town to Johannesburg here. And the person or the employee is not here, and no reasons were given to ourselves as this council. What has changed now? You took a decision. We were blocked by show of hands. Whether something is making sense or not, as long as we have hands, we'll block it. This is what we are subjected to in this council. So we are then saying we want some explanation, and we must be convinced as this council, why is the employee not here? We are also saying, on the issue of, let's deal with the issue of dates. On the issue of our colleague who's also Andile, because when you check the dates there, so we're only discussing this item now. So can you also visit the dates when we want to amend whatever that we want to do? It must also be on record that we are also addressing the issue of the dates. So, Speaker, it must be on record that any acting will not really assist employees, but will demoralize employees, because everybody is worried about his or her future. And we've seen a foreign tendency of purging blackness in this council, as if scholars are only individuals with the white pigment. So it is our view that we must stabilize this organization. Let's give individuals executive powers so that they take decisions, and we must adhere and respect the views that are coming from our legal black brothers. I thank you.
Councillor Sitole.
Thank you, thank you, Speaker. Speaker of the Council, Council Vasco da Gama.
Councillor, will you please take your seat? What is the point of order?
Speaker, that one of Tolo knows the protocol. He can't just speak without starting to talk to me first.
Councillor, please
Because-
take your seat.
Yes,
Please take
Speaker.
your seat.
So,
Your point, that's not a point of order. Please take your seat.
Thank you.
When Councillor
Speaker.
Nguse spoke, nobody interrupted him. So please,
Thank you,
please
Speaker.
allow the councillor to continue. Councillor Stolle?
Maybe Councillor Ian missed the announcement and the congratulations that I'm now the chairperson of the region of the ACDP. So that tells you that all the time you are the one who have to recognize me than anyone else. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the mayor in absentia, Deputy Speaker of the Council, the Speaker, the whip of the Council, Council mayors, as well as caucus of the ACDP, our VIPs in gallery there of the ACDP. Thank you for being here to support us, and all the voters of the ACDP. As the ACDP, we have already expressed our feelings concerning to this matter, whereby it's really not good to all the time have people acting on the positions, but when the circumstances push you to that, you don't have a choice. You have to make sure that structures are well. So in this case of the appointment update and acting arrangements for senior manager in the section 56, the ACDP fully support, and we also want to request that the speeding of the getting the proper city manager, it's highly important. And we believe that the leadership that is dealing with that, or the department that is dealing with the recruitment, they will make sure that next time we come into this council, we have got a proper structure in place. But in this fact, we ACDP support this motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Will you switch off your mic, please? Thanks. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you. It's been a long time coming. It's hard to believe this is the first item. But Speaker, Madam Mayor in absentia and Mr. Chief Whip, fellow councillors, I rise on item 70 to speak on the appointment of Executive Director of Development Planning, Zunaid Khan, which is inside this report. A golden start, getting the basics right and achieving a well-run city. I quote from Madam Mayor's soccer address. The Joburg multi-party government tabled its immediate program of action, termed the Golden Start, flowing from the 7 mayoral priorities, committing to give residents, visitors, business, and civil societies alike 1, a city that gets the basics right. 2, a safe city. 3, a caring city. 4, a business-friendly city. 5, an inclusive city. And number 6, a well-run city. And last but not least, number 7, a smart city. Development planning is positioned at the core of all the municipality's functions, to manage and maintain the built environment, to turn vision into plans and plans into action. Without the framework of development planning, this ceases to exist as an interconnected, dependent and interdependent ecosystem for over 6 million Joburgers to live, work and play. The ratification of Mr. Zunaid Khan's appointment as of the 4th of July, 2022, builds the foundations of vocational and academic experience as a town planner and policy researcher. He is a seasoned administrator in the local government and has worked in the presidency, thus bringing the important understanding of intergovernmental relations to the fore. The digitization of all processes in the department is ongoing and will receive fresh impetus and direction via the stability of leadership and responsibility that will come with the permanent employment of Mr. Zunaid Khan, who will most certainly get the officials working on the backlog of development planning applications, thus releasing billions of rands worth of investment into the city of Johannesburg. Ease of doing business is important for the city of Johannesburg to provide investment and work opportunities. The department is well positioned to facilitate this by providing a well-resourced plan and permit department ready to efficiently accept, assess, and pass development proposals from the private and public sectors alike. Assertive leadership at the head of the development planning can only unlock the reception for developers who want to stake their investment in Johannesburg. Given Mr. Khan's experience and academic record, the Section 79 Development Committee welcomes the fresh ideas he'll undoubtedly bring to development planning and, by extension, giving the city of Johannesburg her golden start and golden repair. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. MMC Not.
Thanks, Speaker. This is not the first clustered report that we've brought to Council, so I would rely on the precedent set. We also felt at the beginning when we agreed on this as Council that it gave a better picture of the Section 56 executive directors at a higher level and allowed Council to wrap their mind around what we needed in terms of capacitation. The timeframe for investigations in terms of the incumbents that are on special leave, there are timeframes to these investigations, and they are in the Council reports. There is no acting in the Communications Department. That report is on the agenda for today because the current position or contract expires at the end of September, so we are bringing it well within time for Council to deliberate on so that we can advertise. The city to start appointments, and I think, stabilizing the organization, which was some of the comments from the ANC, is confusing because 6 of these positions expired during their term and they failed to fill them. So while we're catching up on positions that have been vacant for several months and years in many cases, we are doing the ones that are expiring now well within time, within 4 or 5 months of the expiration date. We've already made 1 appointment in terms of development planning, and we're very excited that this person will be starting with an extreme amount of knowledge in the department on the 4th of July. I allowed people to speak, Speaker. I was not rude during their time.
You are protected, MMC. Please continue. Councillors, please continue, MMC.
Thank you. In terms of the processes that we are running at the moment, and I think I'd like to thank all of our panels as well as our councillors that are participating because it is quite an extreme process. We would see from the report that we have in fact started with all of these processes. Some of them are really close to completion. In terms of the group corporate and shared services, we are just about to interview for that. GSPCR, we've done the interviews. We're waiting for the competency and vetting. The group head of group governance, that shortlisting date is to be confirmed because we have advertised for it. And the same goes for a lot of the other processes which are already in process. I think it was mentioned by Action SA as well with regards to the vacancy rate. We are well within the norms, and if you look at the Circular 88 KPIs, we are well within what is required, and we are meeting that. So we are quite committed to ensuring that these positions are filled, that our organization is stabilized, and that we achieve what wasn't achieved in the previous term. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Let me just get to the recommendation pages. Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendation pages are on page 70.6. Is the item agreed to?
No. No. Eh? No. No. Speaker.
Thank you, councillors.
No.
Councillors, I hear the yeses.
No. No. Speaker.
No, 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 no.
Speaker.
No, 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 no.
Councillor,
Point of personal explanations.
Councillor Nguse.
Yes.
Please put your mic on.
Oh. Okay. It must be on record that the African National Congress is not supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. You are noted. Thank you. Descending. Thank you very much. Asking, uyabona Zungu, uyabona, uqalile ke, angeke ngisakusiza, uyabona. Uyabona.
The ANC objects.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
those guys, they go.
Thank you, councillors. Can we settle down, please? Can somebody just call those councillors standing outside the council chamber there? Thank you, councillors. I'm just waiting for the acting secretary. Paul? Thank you, councillors. We are ready. Can you please just settle down? Thank you. Acting Secretary.
Welcome back, councillors, and greetings once again. We are on item 1 as part of the recommendations to council. And item 1 is performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Read together with item 2, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg City Theatre for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Also read together with item 3, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. And lastly, read with item 55, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Community Development Committee on the 2021-22 third quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Community Development, City Joburg Theatre, and Joburg City Parks and Zoo for the period January to March 2022.
Chairperson Sifumba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, instructions, Alex. Greetings to everyone, all protocol observed. Siyathokoza. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the Section 79 Community Development 2021-22 third quarter performance report for the Department of Community Development, the Johannesburg City Theatres, and the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for consideration by Council. These reports cover the period from January to March 2022. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, let me draw your attention to some of the key committee observations highlighted in the committee's oversight report. The Department of Community Development is undeniably the beating heart of service delivery. It is through this portfolio that City of Johannesburg Municipality continues to promote a city where community development, personal growth, and social mobility are enhanced so that the challenges of poverty, vulnerability, inequality, and social exclusion are fundamentally addressed. Mr. Speaker, in the last quarter, I stood in this chamber to express my concerns about the Department of Community Development's underperformance. It remains a concern that the performance of the department in the third quarter continues to deteriorate. Mr. Speaker, my concern relates to the low expenditure on capital projects, resulting in poor implementation of capital projects. By the end of third quarter, the department spent 11% of their allocated 140 million capital budget, compared with a target of 60%. All members in this House will concur with me that such performance is undesirable and the city should never tolerate such pitiable performance. We call on the executive for their stern leadership to fast-track implementation of capital projects as per the approved project plans as provided in the 2021-22 business plans. We also urge all relevant stakeholders or implementing agencies to be patriotic and ensure that the residents of our beautiful city are not shortchanged as far as service delivery is concerned. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this august House that overrun projects have tremendous reputational risk on the image of the city. To aggravate the situation, the department continues to underperform with regards to maintenance of facilities under its control through repairs and maintenance projects. The operational budget expenditure target for repairs and maintenance was not achieved by the end of the third quarter. The total expenditure for repairs and maintenance amounted to 36 million against the quarterly target of spending 125 million. The department reported that the target was not achieved as a result of poor implementation of repairs and maintenance projects by implementing agencies. Mr. Speaker, the dependency of ComDev on implementing agencies or to implement its repairs and maintenance projects it's counterproductive, and it's not serving the beloved residents of our city, as this ultimately contributes to the collapse of service delivery. We call upon the executive to intervene on this matter and ensure that officials responsible for this poor performance hindering service delivery are held accountable and disciplined. The ball is in your court, executive. We also urge you to get to the bottom of this issue and ensure performance is improved. But all is not lost, Mr. Speaker. On the flip side, I'm happy to report that Johannesburg City Theatres have performed extremely well in the third quarter by achieving all the set targets for this quarter. We commend the entity for reaching its targets, as this is in line with our objectives of becoming a high-performing city. With regards to JCPZ, the entity fairly performed. They performed reasonably okay. However, there's a big room for improvement. The entity, which is JCPZ, continues to face challenges related to security issues.
Your time is over, Chair.
30 seconds. Thank you, Speaker. In closing, Allow me to remind this House that the true test of democracy is the extent to which this council can ensure that our departments and entities remain
Thank you,
answerable
Chair.
to the residents. Thank you,
Thank
Speaker.
you. Thank you. Councillor Pagati.
Somlomo baba. Ngibulise nosodolopa engekho la endlini. Ngibingelele nosihlalo wezihlalo okhona la ekhaya. Ngibingelele nomholi weqembu le-IFP uComrade Mabaso. Ngibingelele bonke ozakwethu amakhansela. Ngaphambi kokuthi ngikhulume ngicela ukuquote one of the poets umzwakhe Mbuli uma ethi ngizwa ingoma ngizwa isikhalo. Listen to the voices of the deprived children, deprived in the land of the birth. I close quote. Ngithi angeke ngikhulume njengobaba onengane ena 5 years uSipho sethu. Sodolopa ngicela ukunibongela ngento eniyenze eDlamini ngesikhathi endaweni zamapaki wethu kulahleka indodana ukhaya lethu ngendlela isithi ephume ngakhona yakhipha wonke ama entities ukuthi ahambe ayohlangana kuleya ndawo. Lokhu kusho ukuthi kimi uma singenza sure ukuthi kuba nalento yokuhlanganisa wonke ama entities wethu asebenzisane kungayi ngokuthi lo uyi-entity thizeni ngoba uma ubheka lapha ya kube kuthiwa iJoburg Water ibisebenzisana neCity Parks kube into eziningi zibe nesixazululo. Ngibuye futhi ngithi sike safika saba nesikhathi la sithenjiswa khona ama park rangers. Nothing has happened. Kakhulukazi kuma parks waseSoweto. Nothing is happening. Kanti kube bekuthiwa no City Power uyakwazi ukusebenzisa parks. Kuba ama parks wethu akusiyindaba zegebengu, akusiyindawo zegebengu. Sengiphetha kulolu daba. Somlomo. To my colleagues, a word of advice to all the councillors. Colleagues, if you see the clouds gathering, you must know that there is a storm coming. And if it happens that the storm finds you unprepared, please don't blame me as an advisor. The storm is coming. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga, Councillor. Councillor Amaru. Councillor Ramaru.
Speaker.
Thank you, councillors.
Speaker.
No,
Speaker.
councillor, no.
Speaker.
No, on what are you rising, councillor?
72.
No, don't just speak on the mic. Put up your hand like everybody else, and then I'll give you the opportunity. Have you got a point of order? What is the point of order, councillor?
Rule 72, Speaker. Speaker, I wanted to remind you something here, which I find it is very difficult. When you were doing the opening and leading this session as a Speaker of the House, it was very progressive. You were following all the rules. But I find it very disturbing, as I rise in Rule 72, to express this odd point of order that I'm raising, that there was a serious event on the 1st of June in Ward 53. And when we were here, we were anticipating to see you as the father of the house, the Speaker, to introduce the new councillor that have joined us in this council. But you didn't
No,
do that.
Councillor, thank you.
You
very
were
much.
sleeping. Wake up.
Thank you, Councillor.
Didn't. No,
Councillor,
Speaker.
ungahlala phansi. No. Dzulani phansi. Dzulani phansi. Zwabudi. No, dzulani phansi. Ungari aniyo apa ka meeting ingwe na rina rote. Because no me introduce a meeting ila ya utoma. The previous meeting. Ani guy. No. No, please, Councillor, please, don't take chances. Councillor Ramaru, please continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That wasn't me, Speaker. Is that better? Okay. Speaker, ke le dumedishe kaofela ka mo chambereng ya mme Connie Bapela. Ntate Speaker, re na le problem ko committee ya ComDev. Problem re nang le yona ko re na le expenditure le re tshwantse ideale mo ba lokishang di swimming pool, ba lokishang di recreation center. Ba lokishang dilo tso lo re di tla bontsha re na le visible service delivery. Mara lo tso a di ideale, Ntate Speaker. A di ideale ka baka la hore di excuse re di khumanang ba bolela ka hore budget e hona mara a rena di contractor tjolo di tla di mmereko uwe. So ke khopela MMC, we know we've got a problem with the panel, that the panel is being constituted, it's sitting at the city manager's office. There's this whole back and forth, and I think you're aware of it, MMC. Can we please try and ensure that we do actually wrap that up as soon as possible, because in the previous quarters, the blame was on JDA, it moved over to Joshko, and I think soon it's going to move over to your office, because how the things are going, it's becoming a big concern, and I think we need to rope in, especially that panel. Let's get it done, let's get it up and running. The anticipated date for that panel is around the third quarter of the new financial year. And at that rate, I think we actually shooting ourselves in the foot. So I encourage you, MMC, please, can we get that panel up and running so that we can actually start doing all the repairs and maintenance work. I'm not going to touch on all the other stuff. I think my chairperson has covered me. But yeah, MMC, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ramaru. Councillor Datla. Councillor Datla.
Thanks, Speaker. Ngibingelele umholi wenhlangano enkulu ye-EFF, enkulu ye-Afrika nasemhlabeni wonke. Somlomo ngibingelele wena, ngibingelele nendlu yonke. Bengithi ngivume baba phakathi before ngiqale i-address yami ngivume ukuthi Storm, we can see it as EFF and we are prepared. I stand on item 1, 2, 3, and 55 on behalf of the EFF. We note the report with the following concerns: that the implementing agencies, in particular the JDA and the JPC, are still shortchanging the city, and an urgent intervention is required. The effect of the FEU is not felt through this report, therefore cannot be a solution. Looking at the money spent on operational R&Ms and CapEx projects, the evidence of uselessness is there. The delays in the construction of Cosmos City swimming pool, the higher multipurpose center is another example. Enabling access to the city's dysfunctional facilities is not helping. The uselessness of the FEU and the implementing agencies is not helping the situation either. There cannot be a cleaner city if public open spaces in the township have overgrown grasses. When some city swimming pools are dirty and dysfunctional, when there is almost no security in our cemeteries and other facilities, e.g. most part of the fence of Oliphant's Flay Cemetery is gone. Cables and transformers stolen in Chrisani Sport Complex in Orange Farm. The role of the department in promoting school sport is very invisible. Whereas for some reason, soccer is not included in the list of competitive sporting codes in this report. MMC be warned that the SMEs and EPW jobs created in your department should not be aligned to political connections. I see there on the report, page 144.3, line number 11 of the table, it must be corrected. There is no Ward 21 in Region G. With city theaters, my concern is that the report does not reflect the activities in the whole city. The target is too low. For example, 250 target for youth attending arts program is nothing to be proud of. And most of the activities are not a creation of the city theater, but just a ride-on. Due to the lack of creativity, most income of the city theaters is from the city itself through hospitality and catering. My concern with the city parks is that the quota achievement against the targets is very dismal, especially on filling of positions and implementing of CAPEX projects. Speaker, drafting this report, this document, I had an issue because in Orange Farm, Speaker, we had no electricity for the past 4 years, and there is nothing being done about that. But Speaker, there's this thing which is very important, setting off a wrong precedent in this House. To say people who are accused of crime, they should sit with us here and oversee the processes that are made to investigate them. I think the precedent that you are setting is very wrong by the happenings of this morning, that we are still sitting with Mr. Mbundu here. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ngwanyana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Vasco Takama, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Leader of the Opposition, Tumela Mkina, Honorable Councillors, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. On behalf of Democratic Alliance, I rise to speak on item 2, Performance Assessment Report for Joburg City Theatres for 2021-2022 financial year for the period January to March 2022. The report in front of Council seeks approval and also aim at providing the shareholder, in this instance, the City of Johannesburg and its citizens, with progress performance made by Joburg City Theatres on the third quarter of 2021-2022 financial year against the approved business plan in compliance with Section 41 of Municipal Act 32 of year 2000. Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight the few achievements that we have noted with appreciation. For the period under review, 20 KPIs were measured, and the overall score for the third quarter is 100%. Capital budget expenditure, 74% against the set target of 70. Repairs and maintenance, 21% against the set target of 8%. Percentage of procurement spent on SMMEs against the procurement, Joburg City Theatres achieved 73 against 30%. Such achievement serves as testimony, Mr. Speaker, that the City of Johannesburg is progressing under the DA-led coalition. Joburg City Theatre is simultaneously progressing on its strategy objective of providing opportunity for youth, including future arts and theater practitioners, as well as entrepreneurs. That on its own, it means the Democratic Alliance delivers on its promises. Unlike other parties that keeps on talking, when it comes to delivery, it's dololo. Regardless of challenges of COVID-19 pandemic.
Point of order,
Time is up.
Point of order.
Time is up, Councillor.
Point of order. Before you sit, Speaker. Before you sit, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor.
Also, Speaker, in one.
Councillor, please rise.
Councillor Tole, Nzimande, the point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to correct my colleague here. Yes. He's making wrong statements, and the public there will take us like that. We are not DA-led government. Please refrain, colleagues. We are not DA-led government, but we are coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
No, now we are in
Councillor-
agreement. I'll allow you to speak
Councillor
properly
Wilskett.
now.
Councillor Wilskett.
Now,
Thank you, Councillor Nkwanya. You done?
I'm done. Oh, thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you.
I appreciate.
Councillor Wilskett.
No, but there was point of order here. Point of order from Councillor Nzimande. Please. Speaker.
What
I'm
is the
addressing
point
the
of
point
order,
of order to
Councillor?
the Speaker. MMC Mgcina, the department by totally right. So they mustn't claim because under the leadership of MMC Mgcina, we find status that department is right. So they mustn't claim isn't abangazenza. Thank
Councillor,
you.
that's not the point of order, please. Just switch off your mic. Thank you. Councillor Wilskett.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to Madam Mayor, who's not in presence. Greetings to our leadership of the...
Councillors, will you please give the councillor a chance to speak? Thank you. Councillor Wilskett, if you can just move the mic closer to your mouth. Yeah, more straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our leadership of the Patriotic Alliance team under the leadership of Councillor Peter Rafferty and MMC Ashley Sauls I. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 3. We like to command the Department of achieving 13 out of 16 key
Order,
performance
Chairperson. Order,
indicators.
Speaker. Order, Speaker.
As
Order,
reported.
Speaker. No. Order, Speaker.
Councillor, will you please take your seat? Please continue, Councillor.
We appreciate.
You are really trying to scratch me, Councillor. I've asked you previously not to press your mic and speak. Put up your hand if you want to speak. Don't just, no, I'm not going to allow you to. I'm not going to allow you. Thank you, Councillor Wilskett. Please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. However, a major concern is some of the undeveloped parks in El Rado Park that on the borders of two schools, posing a great danger to school children and adults using that space to go to school or ShopRite. This is ERF 1910, 1911, and 1912. Can the MMC through the department look into this as a matter of concern? Ons baie Zane. Salute.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zwane. Councillor Zwane.
He's very short.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker, Chief Whip.
I can't hear you. Just move the mic to you in the middle. Yes. Stand right in front of it.
Okay. Greetings, Speaker, Chief Whip, leaders of our caucus, Funzi Ngobeni, and all councillors. A special greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I rise to speak on item 3, performance assessment report for JCPZ for 2021 to 2022 financial year. We note, as Action has said, that Johannesburg City Park and Zoo has not achieved a clean audit for 3 financial years in a row. This entity last had a clean audit when Mr. Mashaba was still a mayor in the city of Johannesburg. With a new administration, Action SA is very confident that JPCZ is on the right track to achieve a clean audit. We also note the achievement that JCPZ has done in this quarter. Johannesburg City Park and Zoo has achieved 13 out of 17 of its KPIs, which translates to 77%. Action SA welcomes the allocation of 15.6 million procurement and implementation system. This will improve the record keeping in our cemeteries in the city. It will also to find graves of their loved ones. Gone are the days where people are going to be sitting under the trees in our that you are seeing currently. Action SA notes with concern issues of safety and security.
Councillor Zwane, your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zwane. If you can just switch off the mic, thanks. Councillor Coogan.
Thank you, Speaker. Right, I am talking on performance assessment for the period for JCPZ from January to March 2022, all protocol observed. There are two issues I'd like to bring up. Firstly, we have the risk of the polyphagous shot hole borer, which at this stage has only had a drone pilot study in Region B with 422 trees cut and solarized. I know this is a citywide problem, and I look forward to us addressing this and actually doing pilot studies with drones across the city so we know what we're dealing with and we know how we're going to come up with the strategy to be able to sort this out. Second thing I'd like to talk about is in line with having a well-run city and getting things done, we need to maximize and protect our natural urban assets and ensure there's no wasteful expenditure. So in the past, we've ended up with trees being, the shape of trees being destroyed and causing subsequent abnormal growth. So I believe that we need to have a policy where we say no chainsaws without training. And in order for us to maximize our natural assets, this should be something that we embrace now more into the future. Although, as I said, I have seen some positive movements in this area, but in the previous administration, we did have a real problem with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coogan. MMC Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings in absentia to our Madam Mayor, MMCs, my fellow councillors. I thank you all for your comments that were made thus far. At a quantitative level, the reports as presented do not inspire confidence. Underspending is a clear indication that service delivery is under threat. I want to concede this. Items 1, 2, and 3 do, however, present a strong case for an urgent institutional review. If I may quote from the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000, the Schedule 511, it says a councillor may not, except as provided by law, interfere in the management or administration of any department of the municipal council unless mandated by council, give or purport to give any instruction to any employee of the council except when authorized to do so, obstruct or attempt to obstruct the implementation of any decision of the council or a committee of an employee of the council, or encourage or participate in any conduct which would cause or contribute to maladministration in the council. Now, having quoted from this, I just want to say that ComDev is dependent on JDA, JPC, and JOSHCO to implement CAPEX projects and to effect repairs and maintenance. We have regular discussions and oversight visits are held to get progress. However, we do not have end-to-end responsibility, so whilst we have to report here, we do not have responsibility for the execution of projects. So we are dependent on others for performance. The cancellation of contracts by JDA has had a negative effect on performance and delivery of much-needed services in the community. The investigation into elements of JPC, has resulted in challenges with invoicing and payments, hence our low levels of spending. To address these challenges, we are proposing ComDev establish its own panel of service providers, and one of our colleagues alluded to this. However, this process is being subverted because suddenly a new requirement is that all potential service providers that are supposed to be on this panel must be vetted. Now, this here is a process that is taking place by our security personnel, and that can take up to a year if things go well. It can't be. We have to be taken away from our reliance on JPC, Joshco, and others, so that we can effect service delivery ourselves and we can be held responsible in the shortest period of time. For those for JPCZ, I thank you so much for the comment about the graves. I think that is going to take us into a digital age. One of the critical KPIs not achieved relates to organizational capacity and capability. This is directly related to the stubborn problem of insourcing. One of the comments was about the safety in our parks and in our cemeteries. It relates directly to that issue of insourcing that we just simply cannot seem to resolve. Another challenge is the low volume of work orders we received before work is executed. This has affected revenue streams. One of the biggest risks identified is the failure to meet service delivery targets and standards. To address this, we will be centralizing horticultural services. We will also be lobbying for the procurement of an automated supply chain management system. As far as the theatres are concerned, I want to applaud the management there for a job well done. The theatres are functioning well despite the uncertainty surrounding full utilization of facilities. In conclusion, I call on this council to strengthen and support us as we seek ways and means of improving efficiency. We're not making excuses. We are saying that our hands are tied because we cannot hold officials responsible to do the work that they are paid to do. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Chairperson Sifumba, just to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noting the observations cited in the tabled oversight report for Community Development Section 79 Committee, recommends that Council approves the departments of Community Development, so Johannesburg City Theatres and Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo 2021-22 third quarter performance report for the period of January to March 2022, taking into consideration all the comments and recommendations made on page 12 of our oversight report. Just to add, Mr. Speaker, we as the committee, we would constructively engage and support the executive and the officials in every way we can. Thank you very much, MMC. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 1.64, 2.19, 3.10, and 55.14 to 55.15. Are the recommendations agreed to? Thank you very much.
We are now moving to item 4, which is performance assessment report for the Group Corporate and Shared Services Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022.
There is a hand, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there's a councillor who spoke about the storm brewing somewhere there. And as Councillor Harris was speaking, I see MMC son is sorting out his passports there. I don't know if you should be worried
Councillor,
because you don't
please,
want to
it's
come
not a
here and
point
don't reach your
of order.
quorum.
Thank you. It's not a point of order. Can we concentrate on the business of the day and not what the individual councillors are doing where they are? Councillor van der Schijf. Oh, one minute. Please continue, Secretary. Please sit down, Councillor van der Schijf. Not done yet.
Item 4 is also read together with item 56, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services Committee on the 2021-22 third quarter budget and performance assessment report of Group Corporate and Shared Services for the period January to March 2022.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor van der Schijf.
Thank you. Speaker, Madam Mayor, in your absence, Chief Whip, Chairperson of Chairpersons, MMCs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, councillors and officials, good afternoon. I rise to table the third quarter oversight report for the Section 79 Oversight Committee for Group Corporate and Shared Services for the third quarter of the 2021-2022 financial year for consideration by the Council. I would like to highlight the following for the said period. Firstly, the Workforce Planning Framework project has taken off, and it was reported that 3 pilot departments had completed work plans. Next is the completion of the skills audit for employees on levels 7 and 8. The executive also appears to have gained control over adherence to turnaround times in dealing with disciplinary cases, as the reported salary bill for suspended officials in the third quarter declined by 74%. On fleet services, all the fleet groups were at advanced stages, reportedly concluded, and waiting approval of the accounting officer. The committee has requested a progress update in this regard at the next committee meeting. Speaker, as Red Fleet availability is crucial, particularly in wintertime, the committee established at a joint oversight visit with the Section 79 Public Safety Committee in May to Mars Fire Technologies in Centurion in Pretoria that the city only had 12 operational fire engines and 4 were in for repairs at the time. The committee, however, also has the following concerns. There is consistency in terms of reporting on findings of health and safety inspections on the city's facilities, but no status update on corrective measures taken. The executive has committed to providing this information in future reporting. The very low numbers of vaccinated employees, particularly those employees that work with the public, and the risk to both our employees and our residents. The executive indicated in this regard that their program for June involves placing pop-up vaccination sites in all regions to increase accessibility to vaccinations for employees. The performance report is also silent on the resolution of audit findings. The executive has also, however, committed to adding these to future performance reports. The delays in the approval of the individual performance managing policy, as well as the non-approval of financial rewards for outstanding performance. Speaker, performance management is imperative for this institution, and failure to implement it portrays itself in our service delivery outputs. Where performance management was beginning to gain traction in some areas, the non-approval of financial rewards may reverse these gains. There is confusion in the performance report on the approved deviations on productivity improvement as well as the CAPEX budget, and the executive has been requested to provide clarity on this at the next committee meeting. Non-reporting on the implementation of interventions for the identified skills gaps on employees that were converted in the skills audit so far from levels 5 to 8, as well as the non-reporting on the filling of vacancies for the level of directors upwards are cause for further concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van der Schuyf. Councillor Pagati. Thank you, Councillor. Please rise.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pakati is not speaking on item 4 and item 56. Therefore, I'll request that his name be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ngwenya.
Sanibonani. Ngiyabingelela kini nonke ngenhlonipho enkulu kumphathi we-EFF City of Johannesburg, Hospital Raselot. What then happened is that based on these items, from the EFF perspective, we are puzzled on what is being acknowledged based on the views that on your areas of quarterly performance report, on your points, if I were to mention few, the service delivery per 2021 priority implementation plan and procurement policies and practices. This is nowhere, it's not clear, nor it's found. When it gets through to the oversight, who's doing the oversight on the percentage contract management? Why is there delete on the CAPEX, which is part of your areas in the performance sparks of it? Your report under the upgrade of informal settlement is blank, not applicable. Yet our black communities in areas of Etuseng, Princess, and I say Kliptown, in Alexandra, they're staying in Kukwin. With that being said, one from the EFF side, we see no value in any of the things to be noted, but waste of money on poor performance. So now, based on the feedback that has been specified by the MIC or by the councillor just now, obviously in there, we are able to see that they're talking of gaining control. They're talking of the progress to be updated in the next sittings. Inconsistency in health, performance that still has to be given in these sittings, and the expectation of the CAPEX budget that's supposed to be given to these sittings. One can clearly see that there's no need for us to be able to acknowledge any of the items from this report. Now, in closing, as it has been mentioned, only through the leadership of EFF, as by his name, Hospital, he has actually, through his involvement in community involvement, the media managed to see the need of the community, Ukoko, who was staying in Motweni. Through that act of him, then the province managed to be able to allocate a house for Ukoko. So therefore, as EFF, we see no value in any of the notes, but pure performance that doesn't add value in the communities in the city of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor David Green, Action SA.
Good afternoon, Speaker. All protocols observed. I rise on item 56. Action SA approves the oversight report of the Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services Committee on the 2021-2022 third quarter. The approval is with the expectation that the reports highlighted by Chairperson Van der Schuyf are submitted by the relevant entities in July 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Nguse, ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. It is clear that the chairperson of our committee is not coming from DA. She really presented the deliberations of the committee, and we really appreciate such. That is ethical, and Chair, you are very progressive for now, and we hope that you will be progressive even in future. Look, as the African National Congress Speaker, we are fine with the reports. It is a true reflection of our deliberations. We thank you.
Thank you. MMC Note.
Thanks, Acting Speaker. I'd just like to thank the chairperson. I think we have a very good relationship between the executive and the legislature in terms of this particular portfolio. I do myself value the engagements that we have. She has requested that we engage on a monthly basis, which I find to be quite progressive, and it allows us also to identify where we have issues and to implement things when, instead of waiting for every quarter to come past, we're able to implement them as we go along. So what we have started doing in our reports is reporting back on what is going on in our group contracts, because we feel that in terms of oversight, we've seen that we've deviated to a lot of Regulation 36s over the last couple of years, to the point where the city's actually relying on them instead of, going out on proper processes. So we are reporting on that in the quarterly report. We hope to engage with the Section 79 committee going forward so that we have more information in these reports that speak to what our councillors are looking for, what our residents need to see, what our employees are hoping to see. Just with regards to the vaccinations, we do have pop-up sites quite regularly. The team has been running these. It isn't a legal requirement for people to give their information, so we do try and encourage employees to share this information with us, but we aren't legally obliged to get it from them. If they don't feel that they want to share it, then they don't. But we are seeing an uptick in that, and obviously because we're reaching out across the regions, it becomes easier for them to do so. In terms of the fire engines, that is something that is highlighted in the Golden Start, and it is something that is currently in progress. The SLA for the outright purchase should be signed very soon. With regards to the health and safety issues, I think we've also dealt quite extensively with paying back over the last 8-9 years. We had multi-millions owing to hospitals for our employees, which was quite sad. I think we mentioned it in the previous council sitting. We are really moving on this. The team has gained traction. I think we've pretty much settled with Mill Park Hospital. We're settling with various other hospitals so that our employees can receive the best care necessary without having to worry about medical bills and legal cases pending against them. The resolution of audit findings, I don't think it's completely silent, but we did discuss this within the office with regards to being a little bit more open and transparent about what the resolution findings are, what we need to do and how we're going to address them. I also feel, and I agree, it's not good enough for us to put we have 4 findings and we've dealt with 2. That means nothing in anybody's life. So that we will endeavour to be a little bit more broader on. The skills audit, so the skills audit was finalized and basically the interventions will now be implemented, obviously based on budget availability, and we'll work with the various departments in terms of implementing that within their departments. What I would also like to do is go out per department with the MMCs and go through all of the skills audits that have been done in respect to their employees so that they can also have an overview and give input into what interventions we have. I think we've got at least, I forget the amount now, but there's quite a substantial amount that's allocated towards that. The vacancies in terms of director upwards, we have quite a good system going with the city manager at the moment, where we are doing an assessment of the critical vacancies from assistant director upwards, and those are being done on a weekly basis. We also had 64 critical vacancies in the department that we looked at in May that are currently funded but vacant, particularly within HR, organizational development, and key directorates, which means that they're undercapacitated to be able to provide the services that we really need. 8 of those are critical vacancies above level 5. So we've signed off on having those recruitment processes started, and hopefully that'll help capacitate particularly the GCSS department so that they can get the work done. It's a little bit unfair as well to expect 1 or 2 people to perform the functions of a staff that's meant to be 10 or 15. So that is something we are really, really looking at. I'm not sure, Councillor, if you were referring to the GCSS
Time
report.
up, MMC.
So that was just the last comments from the EFF. I don't think it was the same report we're talking to. Thanks.
Thank you. Chairperson van der Schijf.
Speaker, I recommend that Council approves the third quarter performance report of Group Corporate and Shared Services, noting my earlier observations, as well as the recommendations on page 56.9 of the oversight report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The recommendations are on pages 4.3 and 56.9. Are the items agreed to? Thank you.
We are now on item 5, which is a performance assessment report for Development Planning Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Read together with item 6, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg Development Agency for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Both items are read together with item 57, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2021-22 third quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Development Planning Department and the Johannesburg Development Agency for the period January to March 2022.
Thank you, Acting Secretary to Council. Councillor Caldin. Councillor Delange.
Oh, no, thank you. I just wanted to know somebody must stand in for Kosi's on maternity leave. Thank you.
It's Councillor Rambani. I've been advised they did put in a leave of absence, so any member from the committee can table the report. Who is that? Thank you, Councillor Rambani. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson, Acting Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Section 79 Development Planning to table the item number 5, Performance Assessment Report for Development Planning Department for the 2021-2022 financial year for the period January to March 2022, and item 6, Performance Assessment Report for the Johannesburg Development Agency for the 2021-2022 financial year for the period January to March 2022, as well as item 57, which is the oversight report for the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2021-2022 third quarter budget and performance assessment report for the Development Planning and the Johannesburg Development Agency for the period January to March 2022 for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rambani. Next, Councillor Baloyi, EFF.
Nikensile seswami na wakusaseka. Aninga mention those 3 item has been mentioned already. I would like to say revolutionary greetings to the chairperson and the chief whip of the only fast-growing continental movement. Fellow councillors who are present at the moment here and representing an African child from all different levels. And also to say greetings to our guests that are listening to us right now. The EFF note the third quarter of 88.2% net record performance of the department for the period 2021-2022 financial year in compliance with the Section 41 of the Municipal System Act 32 of 2000. As EFF, We have also noticed the attached service delivery report. That looks good on paper. But this is not the true reflection of what happened on the ground. I'll cite, for example, within the building here. Early this morning, we delayed the whole process because of the same system, speaker system that is not properly functioning. Previously, we had a water lodge around the corridors of this building. We could not even walk properly. Some of you already have noticed that the ceiling is falling down in some of the offices within the building.
Councillor Zita, you are on TV.
So, with that, we would like to say it's not yet uhuru to claim the 88.2% achievement of the department. We also would like to applaud the initiative that has been taken by the department to fast track the waiting period on the service delivery. We say thank you to the department for that kind of initiative because it shows a move and an interest to an African child. But going out, as the movement, we still have a major concern. We have got incident when you look outside of potholes that are unattended up until now. We have got also incident of electricity that is affecting all the townships. Recently, some of you have already seen Kliptown, storage pipes that were open unattended, the child fall inside. And we have lost that child. So before we can even claim such high percentage, please, let us also consider proper service delivery so that we can come back into this house and report properly of what the exact percentage is. We have also noticed...
Time is up, Councillor. You can sit.
Oh,
Thank you. Councillor Zama, ANC. Is Councillor Zama here?
She went to the loo.
It's on the amended list of speakers. If she's not here, we'll move on to MMC, Echenzozuko. While she's standing up, just a quick announcement. The bottom bathroom has blockage and it is being unblocked. So please refrain from using the bottom bathroom and use only the top bathrooms. What is top, what is bottom? So that's the message. We'll clarify it after MMC speaks. Thank you, MMC.
Thank you so much, Acting Speaker. I just want to acknowledge all the comments and say thank you very much for the constructive input. I also want to just comment on some of the JDA, because I do believe in transparency, that things must be clear so we can serve our people properly. I want to just say that I would concur with the councillor from the EFF to an extent that some of the issues is not what it seems in the reports. And that is one of the reasons I do regular oversights to go and see what is happening. And unfortunately, we've picked up a whole lot of problems that there was lots of poor performance by contractors. which caused delay in services to residents, notably in departments, community development and health, and also some in housing, which we unfortunately had to terminate those contracts because if you do not deliver to our people, you will be terminated, unfortunately. I also want to note the comments about the fast tracking, and I want to just also comment that the department is doing a lot of initiatives to try and improve how we service our residents, and also trying to break down silos to work with all other departments where we have codependencies. So we're working on different SOPs to improve it. We are reviewing some of the SOPs. We are reviewing some of the KPIs and some of the service standards which will be in line with the new budget time when it comes from the 1st of July. So I'm confident that you will see a much bigger improvement in the department's performance and also in services to our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Rambani.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Noting the observation, I will ask the Council to approve the recommendation that are on page 5.11, 6.7, and 57.9. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, the recommendations are on pages 5.11, 6.7, and 57.9. Are the items agreed to? Thank you. Let me clarify the bottom and top bathroom before we move to the next item. The top bathrooms are the ones when you go up the stairs here in the chambers. So those are the ones you can use. Do not use the one on the same floor where we are. Please, those are blocked. So go up the stairs as if you're going to the gallery and use those bathrooms. Thank you, councillors.
We're moving on with the following items. Item 7, which is a performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Read together with item 8, which is a performance assessment report for Joburg for the period for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Read together with item 9, which is a performance assessment report for the City of Joburg Property Company Limited for the period 2021 to 2022 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Read together also with item 10, which is a performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2020-2021 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Also read together with item 11, which is a performance assessment report for the Joburg Tourism Company for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. All items read together with item 58 of an oversight report of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee on the 2021-22 third quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Economic Development, Joburg Tourism Company, Joburg Property Company, Joburg Fresh Produce Market, and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period January to March 2022.
Thank you, Acting Secretary to Council. Chairperson Gomo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to table item 7, which is the performance assessment report for Economic Development Department for the 2021-2022 financial year for the period of January to March 2022, along with item 8, 9, 10, 11, and 58, which have already been read into record. Speaker, before I take my seat, allow me to highlight the following. On the 16th of June, as is done annually, our nation commemorated the youth of 1976. While at that point in time, the enemy was an unjust and evil apartheid system, today we face an enemy that is equally as devastating in the form of unemployment and poverty. If we are to beat this enemy, our city has the responsibility to push ahead and work towards unlocking possible economic opportunities while creating a viable environment for business and investment. It is not enough that we simply commemorate our fallen heroes of yesterday, while young people of today have very little to celebrate. If we are to beat this enemy, the Department of Economic Development must place emphasis on achieving economic growth in the city through supporting SMMEs and bringing down unemployment with a special focus on young people. As reported by the department, we celebrate the 9,104 SMMEs which were supported for this period. However, this falls short of the targeted 12,250. 3,146 young people left behind is far too many. We celebrate the 9 fully operational opportunity centers across the city, but we note with concern that regions D, C, and G respectively reported low numbers of newly compliant and fully registered cooperatives. Finally, Speaker, special attention must be given to the high number of vacancies which can be found predominantly within JPC, as these undermine not only our efforts to deliver a well-run city, but deny our young people access to an inclusive city through work opportunities. So while there are reasons to celebrate, there is still room for improvement. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Gomo. Next, Councillor Ahmad Al-Jama.
Thank you, Speaker. As Al-Jama and the minority opposition bloc, we would like to raise a concern pertaining the political principle in this department, economic development, on the basis that there are allegations of crime, and there has to be a separation of power, where the mayor has to sanction an action because the MMC responsible has powers that are delegated to him by the executive mayor. So therefore, pending the investigation, the executive mayor has to suspend the MMC.
Councillor Ahmad, please take a seat. There's a hand. MMC.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order, Rule 72. And I would like to just say that a precedent has already been set in this House with regards to people that were under investigation or have been sent to ethics. They have never been asked to leave this council chambers or stop their work from doing their work. And a typical example, I would like to refer to former MMC of Public Safety, Mali Mokoena, where even the MEC was involved, and yet we allowed her to continue.
Baby girl.
Councillor Ahmad, may I request that you respond to the matter at hand?
Yeah, it's the matter at hand. The item, it's economic development. So thank you for that clarity, MMC Ozokunjoku. So what I'm saying here is the mayor, by mere fact of her utterances, saying the city of Johannesburg is the friend of a state of Israel, she was suspended. Only utterances. Here we're speaking allegations of crime. And it's a process that we are arguing here. We need.
Councillor Ahmad, can you please speak to the report that was tabled?
It's the report. It's the report.
Please speak to the item.
It is the report. I'm talking about economic development.
Thank
He's the MMC responsible for economic development.
Economic development. Please
When we came here, the first official who was executed in public by MMC Mbundu,
relevant,
he was immediately suspended. And we raised the issue in council to say, what you are doing on the right has to be done on the left.
Speak to the
Why are you only suspending the official? And it's an issue of alleged bribery and a bribee with the whiskey. So we are saying he must be equally suspended.
Councillor Ahmad.
We are arguing processes because this process has been criminalized for him to interfere. So it's not only interference, but it is political overreach, where he even calls the companies to ask the questions.
I would ask
of
you
a
to
tender
refrain
process.
from commenting on this matter. It's been referred to the ethics committee. It's been dealt with.
The
I would like you
the
to
speaker's
stick to the
responsibility
items
is to
that we've
refer him to
tabled.
ethics, but the mayor's responsibility is to suspend him from the executive post.
Point of order,
These are two
Speaker.
different
Councillor
issues.
Ahmad, can you please take your seat?
Deputy
Thank you.
Speaker, point of order.
I'm still on privilege. My
Take
time
a
is still there.
seat. I would like to
You
take
have a point
hand.
of order.
Please.
Sit down.
Councillor Ahmad, I want to take a hand. Please take a seat.
No, you must ask me if I want to take a point of order or not. I'm still on privilege.
Councillor Ahmad, please take a seat.
You can't tell me to sit down.
Tamahasi.
Okay. There was a hand there, Councillor Stoll. Is that a point of order?
Yes, Deputy Speaker. I just want to find out, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm willing to be corrected, as that is out of the House. I just want to find out, Deputy Speaker, if one is a friend of Israel, is that a crime?
Councillor Stoll, that's not a point of order.
Okay.
Chair.
Councillor Ahmad, you've got 1 minute left.
Chair.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether if you're a friend of
Ahmad,
Israel, it's
please-
crime or not.
please hold on, Councillor
I'm
Ahmad,
not the
there's
one
a
who
point of
suspended
order.
Mpopalat when she said she's a friend of
Councillor
Israel.
Ahmad,
I think the person to answer that question is the one who suspended
Councillor
Palat.
Ahmad,
Point of order.
you've got 1 minute.
Okay, I'm
Point
still
of order.
here.
Can you pause? I'm going to give you your minute. Just hold
Chair,
on.
that one of
No.
sit down.
I
Point
did
of order.
not recognize you,
Yes,
Councillor.
Chair.
Please sit down.
Stoller cannot speak
Councillor,
here
please
until I
sit
said
down. We
so.
did not recognize you.
Chair, Stoller.
Councillor Ahmad, you've got 1 minute. Can you please respond to the item?
Ian, sit down. Ian, sit down.
Can I be protected, Speaker? Thank you so much. So what we're arguing here is that interference of a Municipal Act 115,
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
I can't see the hand. Councillor Ahmad, can you take a seat? Let me take the point of order. Councillor, please
Speaker.
proceed. I can't see your name from here.
Stembele
Majola, thank you.
Councillor- Yes. Speaker, I rise on Rule 78.
Sizozesiphuphe no point
Rule
of order
78, and I
la.
need to quote this for Councillor Ahmad. Rule 78 says that if a councillor presiding over the council or a councillor chairing a committee meeting thinks that a contravention committed by a councillor is so serious that an order to withdraw is inadequate or he must be referred to the disciplinary committee. The Speaker in the morning had already ruled on this matter. It is a point of order. The Speaker in the morning had already ruled on this matter. The Speaker had already ruled on this matter.
Councillor Majola? No, please sit down. Councillor Ahmad, you've got 45 seconds left. I would like you to finish your thoughts. 45 seconds left, please.
1 minute. You said 1 minute.
It was 1 minute. You
said 1 minute.
spoke for
Yeah.
15 seconds.
So
45
what we are
seconds.
saying here, Deputy Speaker, soon you'll be the Speaker. So we do not have a problem with that gentleman seated there. However, the Speaker is correct to sanction the investigation.
It's Councillor.
Councillor, my
Mbundu.
apologies. Councillor Whiskey. No, I'm thinking out loud. My apologies. So the Speaker has a right to sanction investigation on him as a councillor. But what we are saying here is also the mayor, he's got delegated powers of the mayor, and he's signing critical reports. And he's the very same person who brought a report here in council to publicly execute an official. An official took a leave. He stepped aside so that investigation can unfold. And he was clean, he was vindicated by that investigation. So he must be
10
equally
seconds.
subjected to
order,
criminality, and he must be subjected to investigation. He must be suspended. This is what we're calling for.
Point of order,
It's
Speaker.
administrative
Thank you,
justice.
Councillor.
It's
Your
fairness.
time is up. Thank you, Councillor.
I promise you,
Chair.
you're going to be the Speaker by next week.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmad.
Point of order before Councillor Ahmad
What
seats,
is
Chair. Speaker.
What do you want to rise on, Councillor? Councillor? What point of order on what? What are you rising on, Councillor?
I'm rising on the point of order.
Oh,
Speaker.
point of order on
And
what? We finished with the item.
I'm gonna quote to you. Acting Speaker, I think this house must be handled by you. because through you, we are able to function and move on. Siyabonga.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Ngwenya, that's out of order for now, please. Can I have the next
conclude.
speaker, Councillor Mwepi from
Can I
the
conclude?
EFF, please? Sit down, please, Councillor Amat. Councillor Mwepi, you've got 4 minutes.
There's a hand, Speaker. There's a hand.
Speaker, there's a hand.
Thanks. Speaker.
Councillor Stole, whose hand?
MMC
Councillor
Ngobeni.
Yes, please proceed. Please sit down,
Must I sit down?
Councillor Mwepi. There's a hand that's been raised. Please sit down.
Speaker, thank you
Yes.
very much. I'm rising to call a point of order on you. I allowed Councillor, and we allowed Councillor Ahmad to speak because we wanted to take guidance from you. You see, all the allegations he's making, we can be able to respond to them, but it's not the agenda item. So he's speaking, we are allowing him to talk, there's no response that he can get so that we can be able to clarify him on some of the things that he's saying. We are saying, please, Speaker, if he's speaking on items or saying things that are not on the agenda, you should call him to, you should actually ask him to withdraw. If he doesn't withdraw, you should be asking him to step out.
Councillors, I've allowed Councillor Ngobeni to speak.
Sit down, sit down.
We're not promoting criminality.
We won't withdraw corruption.
Councillor Ngobeni is on the. I'm not going to take a point of order on top of a point of order. Councillor Ngobeni, can you finish your thoughts? Councillor Ngobeni, you're on the
So,
floor.
Speaker, I'm saying we are not going to respond to him.
Whose time is this one? Sit down, sit down.
Order, Speaker.
Sit down.
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker.
Can't you sit down? Maybe want to talk.
You can't explain corruption.
Thank you, Councillor Ngobeni.
Councillor,
Thank you, Councillor Ngobeni. Councillor Mwepi. Councillors, can you please sit down? Drop your, Councillor Janjwa. Councillor Janjwa, please.
Speaker. Speaker, order.
Councillors, I'm not taking another hand.
Speaker, order.
I'm not taking a hand now. I can't take a point of order on top of a point of order.
Order.
No.
Order on you, Speaker. Order.
Councillor Janjwa, please calm down.
Order on you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mwepi. How much time does he have? Councillor Mwepi, you're on the floor. Please proceed. 4 minutes.
Okay. Greetings, Acting Speaker, and revolutionary greetings to our leader, Councillor Spettler Rasrute. I also greet my fellow ground forces of the July 26 movement and all the councillors and visitors in this council. It must never be ignored, Speaker, that the Freedom Charter ideals remain intact together with our, the EFF superior policies and manifesto. As we work on the behalf of the residents of the Johannesburg, the economic freedom fighters will never ignore nor abandon the necessary national democratic revolutionary. I think my things are jumping as well. The democratic revolution, hence it will be having a Freedom Charter rally on the 26th of June, which we are all invited to, by the way.
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. Order.
Order,
Speaker. Order.
Please sit down. There's a hand on the point of order.
Order. Can I go ahead?
Councillor Muruma, go ahead.
You know, I'm rising on the point of order to the Speaker that is speaking there. He's citing our, our reserved Freedom Charter document, which they don't own.
Councillor Mwepi, please proceed.
The one you throw in a dustbin.
Councillor Mwepi.
You threw it in Pala Pala.
Is it Palapa?
It's in Pala Pala.
You know very well that that one you have peed on it. The economic freedom fighters will never ignore nor abandon the necessary national democratic revolution. Hence, it will be having a freedom charter rally on the 26th. And Councillor, you are invited too. Item 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 are performance assessment reports that are noted with the following concern that must be addressed. The specific to the 7, however, it can be applied in all items listed. To all department and MOEs that do not report in time, or on time rather, must also be subjected to corrective and preventive actions. We cannot have non-reporting as mitigation for a KPI not be achieved. It is a trend now, Speaker, that performance not achieved are not taken seriously as per service delivery agreements. One wonders whether these are proper rooted or analysis so that corrective measures can be put to plot or for the achievement of KPIs. Item 58 is approved with the consent raised also intact. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I think you have been, I think the African gods are smiling at you because you have been presented with a golden opportunity to overrule that ruling that has been made here earlier. I think the whiskey chap, I don't even know why you it's been protected here because I don't think
Speaker. There is no whiskey chap in this chamber.
My bad.
Point of order, Speaker.
Okay.
Councillors,
All right,
who are you referring to as a whiskey chap? If you're done with your speech, please take your seat.
Okay. Okay, my bad, Acting Speaker.
20 seconds, Councillor.
But you interrupted me, leadership. Okay, I think it's only right and that you can overrule, protect you on that one. We can overrule what Mr. Dagama has put as the
Councillor,
ruling
you need
earlier.
to speak to the items. Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you, Councillor.
But my time is still there.
Councillor, sit down. Your time is up.
No.
Your time is up.
Or you're protecting him as well.
Councillor Mwepi, your time is up.
So it runs in the family.
Please sit down.
Sit down, Chairman.
Thank you, councillors. Next, we have Councillor Edward from Action SA.
Thank you, Madam
Freedom Charter is under the mattress.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Action SA Caucus Leader, MMC Funzi Ngobeni, and all protocols observed. I would like to use this opportunity to highlight some of the department's performance and areas of improvement in this term. 46.7%, just above 1.44 million people in Johannesburg remain unemployed. The third quarter report presented a positive turnaround strategy which seeks to revive the economy by creating an enabling environment for local business to strive. This has been a period of resuscitation, rebuilding, restructuring, collaboration, and engagement with various stakeholders to be responsive to the needs of our residents. The efforts by MMC Nkulimbundu and his team show the great understanding of the plight faced by our residents and the importance of rebuilding all sectors of the economy to ensure strides are made to curb the elephant in the room, which is unemployment. The manufacturing sector is the biggest employer and has the potential to reduce the high levels of unemployment. MMC Mbundu has started to
20 seconds.
resuscitate this sector. The focus will be on agriculture and agro-processing, heavy and light manufacturing. The initiative aims to reignite the manufacturing sector by increasing locally produced goods. Revitalizing of industrial parks such as Devland and Amadale industrial areas is a great initiative. This program will create short employment opportunity for over 140
Thank you,
youth.
Councillor. Your time is up. Councillor Lowe, DA.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. And good afternoon. While there's some positives to be acknowledged in reading the quarterly reports for the Department of Economic Development, which currently still incorporates tourism, we have to recognize that the country is currently experiencing an unemployment rate of 46%, which is the highest in the world. We need to be concerned, in fact very concerned about this, and realize that the COJ can and should be doing a lot more. It is apparent what the problems are. They are acknowledged in the reports, but we have somehow failed to effectively deal with these. It needs to be recognized that the greatest provider of employment are SMMEs, and this is worldwide currently. The DED's opportunity centers have then a pivotal role to play in assisting in the creation and growth of these entities. We are not satisfied that these OCs are doing enough, and we will be tackling this to ensure that they do more. In providing a platform for job opportunities, the DED has been promising for far too long now, without the practical implementation thereof. This is the creation of the following citywide opportunity, I beg your pardon, with the creation of the following, and this is the first one, a citywide opportunity center database, an informal trading unit providing trading permits to informal traders, mechanisms to assist in the ease of doing business, incorporating the speedy provision of permitting, and the operationalization of entities like the Alex Automobile Hub, SEZs and PEZs, etc., etc. This multi-party coalition, but let me speak specifically for the party I represent, the DA, will, going forward, not allow for the continued inaction by the department and its entities. In terms of the 7 mayoral Golden Star priorities, we need to ensure that the administrative employees play their part and do their jobs. And if they, through inaction, are proved to be incapable or incompetent to do so, they must go. There are more than enough people out there who are looking for positions and looking for honest work. And Madam Speaker, as I sit, I hope that I have been exemplary in how we should be conducting ourselves in this chamber in terms of our behavior and in terms of also what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Liebenberg, Action Essay. Councillor Liebenberg, you have 1 minute, 25 seconds.
Goeiedag, agbare voorsitter van die huis, hoofsweep van die raad, agbare burgemeester in haar afwesigheid en mede-raadslede. Ek wil vandag gesels oor die voldoeningsverslag van die Johannesburg varsproduktemark vir die 3de kwartaal. Die entiteit het gedurende hierdie kwartaal die volgende hoogtepunte bereik. Die kontantvloei van die maatskappy het toegeneem as gevolg van 'n sterk groei in die bedryfskapitaal. Bykomend hiertoe is die Johannesburg varsprodukte mark in 'n posisie om homself vir 143 dae finansiëel te kan dra, in vergelyking met die norm wat tussen 30 en 90 dae is. Die Johannesburgse varsprodukte mark het 'n omset van sowat 2 biljoen rand behaal, wat 'n positiewe groei van 5.9%.
She's taking a video. She's taking a video there. Yeah. She's taking a video there. Please, eh? Thanks to the camera.
There's a point. Councillor Liebenberg.
Ja,
Algehele
thank you.
finansiële prestasie
Councillor
van die
Liebenberg.
kommersiële diens bevredigend in terme van die
Councillor
omset,
Liebenberg,
massa
I
en
am
die
talking to
gemiddelde
you. Can you
prys.
please sit down? There's a hand that is up. I will call you up again. Thank you. I saw a hand. Is there a point of order? Councillor Rapadu?
Yeah. In light that we don't have translators in this room, in light of that, Anne?
Sit down. Councillor Rapadu, please sit down. Councillor Rapadu, please take your seat. Councillor Rapadu. Tamahans, Councillor Rapadu. Tamahans. Tamahans, thank you. Councillor Liebenberg, you have 25 seconds. Please proceed.
Thank
25
you,
seconds.
Speaker. In die derde kwartaal is die algehele finansiële prestasie van die kommersiële diens bevredigend in terme van die omset, massa en die gemiddelde prys, wat 'n positiewe styging toon in vergelyking met die ooreenstemmende tydperk
When are
in
you
vorige
addressing
finansiële jaar.
interpreters in this house?
Die situasie
That's
in
on your
Oos-Europa
call.
het plaaslike
Speaker,
boere
when
gedwing
are you
om
addressing
produkte
the
na
issues of
plaaslike markte te
interpreters? I don't care about
Vir die
Liebenberg
derde
in this
kwartaal
house,
was daar 'n
but when
toename
are
in
you
die gewig
addressing
van
the
piesang,
interpreters?
Councillor Liebenberg.
en kaalgatperskes.
Please, don't howl at me.
Action SA
Can she hear me or
ondersteun
not?
en
Is
aanvaar
it
die
audibility
verslag.
or is
Dankie.
it just a... No, it's a
Anzwanga lutho.
Councillor Nkom, awa next.
Ntshebo uzwanga.
Councillor Liebenberg.
Anzwanga
It's like that. I call on
Anzwanga
you.
nix.
Please, you stop. Councillors. Councillors.
You did not hear nothing.
Thank you. Councillor Keller from the DA. Let's proceed. Point of order on what? Rapadu?
My point was not to dilute the speech that the councillor was saying. I'm saying, Speaker, when are we addressing the issues of interpreters in this house? That's a question to you and that panel there, so
Thank
that
you,
we can
Councillor.
follow the speech. So that we can follow the speech. We want to listen and engage.
Okay.
Anne, please,
we've
can I
noted
get an
that.
answer
We
on
will
that?
look
Can I
into
get
it.
an answer on that? Because that's your responsibility.
We will look into it. Thank you,
Please.
Councillor
But
Rapadu.
before the end of today,
Councillor
before
Rapadu
the
will
end
look
of
into
today,
that. Please
the end
sit
of today,
down.
ne? Before.
We'll come back to you on the timelines. Thank you. Councillor Keller from the DA, it's your turn to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Executive Mayor in absentia, fellow councillors, I greet you all. Without a doubt, the Golden Start has certainly yielded a positive performance improvement at the Johannesburg Fresh Produce Market during the third quarter of this year. This is under the full stewardship and leadership of our multi-party government, whom at the helm is our DA Mayor, Councillor Mpho Phalatse. Acting Speaker, I wish to highlight the following positive aspects of the entity's performance in quarter 3 of the current financial year. The new board of directors in place has hit the ground running with regards to embarking on its strategic breakaway with the Johannesburg Fresh Produce Market Exco to steer the entity in the right direction. The acting CEO is focusing the entity on the key aspects that will drive further improved performance, such as the improvement of the specification and bid evaluation procedures, the extension of the trading space, repairs to the cold storage and ripening facilities, and also to bring into service the Mandela Market, the renewal of lease agreements, which is sitting at 97%, and to minimize power interruptions to operations, sourcing additional power generators, and the ring fence line from City Power to the entity. There was zero fruitless and wasteful expenditure during Q3. This is certainly commendable. With regards to the entity's finances, the revenue and surplus are ahead of budget. The liquidity ratios are above the norm, with a cash coverage of 143 days, which is above the norm of 1 to 3 months. However, Acting Speaker, I wish to raise a few concerns that we as the Democratic Alliance are confident that MMC Mbundu, through the executive management at the entity, will address as soon as possible. The Democratic Alliance is calling on the board and the executive management to speed up the finalization of the outcome of the GFIS investigation for the incumbent CEO. The board should appoint a permanent CEO and a permanent CFO as a matter of urgency to bring about stability in the entity. The entity should continue its efforts to ensure that SMMEs are paid within 30 days. The SMMEs are the backbone and engine of our economic growth in the city. In closing, the Democratic Alliance calls upon the board to ensure that the mandate of the Johannesburg Fresh Produce Market that talks to the provision and management of facilities and services for the distribution of the fresh produce and enabling food security and safety and compliance to food quality is adhered to, and to hold the executive of the entity accountable in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lebatlang, Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all colleagues in the House. Speaker, I just want to note that, and on the performance assessment of JPC as an entity, Speaker, importantly, we want to note that the improvements within this report, but we also want to recognize that JPC remains a problem child. And the core of this problem child is the issue of corruption. And it's important, Speaker, that we support the current MMC, the current boss of that department, that those corruption operations that are happening within this particular entity, that he must not stop asking important questions. Those questions, Speaker, whether it comes to the performance of JPC, but important questions that the MMC must ask. What happens, or what is happening to the current audited property ownership of JPC?
20 seconds.
The question that the MMC must continue to ask is that whether these properties are a ring of cadre, benefits, and corruption. The MMC must continuously ask what happened to the 32 billion rand investment project that was going to benefit residents of Johannesburg. But, Speaker, lastly, MMC close the tabs, close corruption, siyamba now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chair, PA. Councillor Chair, PA.
Speaker, baie dankie vir die geleentheid om hier te praat vanmiddag. Ons dink aan die meier, ons wens haar alle goeie wense toe. Ons hou voor ons MMC ons caucuslede, Ashley Sauls the First, en ook alle patriote reg oor Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on the third quarter report, or performance report.
Speaker, she's taking a video. She's taking a video. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, order. We want order in this house. We want order in this house.
Councillor, please raise your, please sit, Councillor Chair.
Councillor Fresley, order.
Councillor, if you've got a point of order, you raise your hand, we'll recognize you. Councillors, no videos in the chambers, please. Councillor Chair, please proceed. You have how much time? 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. As I said, I rise on the third quarter report on item 9 on JPC. Speaker and colleagues, we have noted the improvement and the shortcomings in the report. But what is critical to the Patriots is tracking all properties owned by the city. This includes the abandoned buildings, hijacked buildings in the city. In the same buildings which has been occupied by illegal foreign nationals, illegally so. The same buildings that illegal activities are festering in. As the Patriotic Alliance, we have seen these activities and patterns of these illegal syndicates, where they rent space and ultimately they own the buildings. The report does not speak to that. As a city, we should be able to give an account of the stock that we holistically have. This includes good as well as bad. We are therefore looking forward to the report going forward. Will include this information. Salute ons Baizani.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kivit, Action SA.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Due to time limitations, I only greet my caucus leader, Funzela Ngubeni, and you, Acting Speaker. I'm going to be talking about the assessment report for the Johannesburg Metropolitan Company for 2021 to 22 financial year for the period of January to March 2022. Action SA notes that at the end of the previous quarter, the MTC revised its performance indicators in order to address its performance and audit concerns, and that the process continues an adequate base to accelerate the improved controls and performance. It is also interesting to note that, Speaker, the process of revising the service delivery agreement began in the middle of the third quarter, which will allow MTC to revise its strategic offerings and influence its horizon. This development, Speaker, Action SA views it as a step in the right direction, as it will guarantee that the objective is achieved, which is acceleration, improved controls, and performance. Action SA will also congratulate Naya Champalento.
20 seconds.
Action SA in the minute also calculates. Sorry. All right. Action SA would also like to congratulate this entity for the generation of revenue of 637 million against the target of 371 million, which is a remarkable performance. And
Time
with the same
up,
breath,
Councillor. Thank
Action has also noted the regress performance.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up.
And my long 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Next, MMC Mbundu.
Never, never.
Never. We are not going to be addressed by whiskey here. Whiskey? There is no whiskey that is going to address us. Whiskey? There is no whiskey that is going to address us here. Whiskey is not going to speak in this council. Whiskey must go. 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 Whiskey must
Okay,
go.
thank you, Councillor.
Whiskey must go.
Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go.
Wenuka. Hero of heroes. 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 You must go. You must go. You must go.
VPS. VPS. VPS.
Bundu must stay. Bundu must stay.
Okay, councillors.
Wenuka.
Councillors, please. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go.
Igizinto.
Councillors, we are going to adjourn. We are going to adjourn for 10 minutes while councillors come down. We are adjourning for 10 minutes. Adjournment for 10 minutes.
Must go, go.
Back.
You must go.
Speaking.
You must go.
Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go.
10 minutes adjournment. We'll
Whiskey
come back
must
after
go.
10 minutes. Thank you.
Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey. Whiskey. Whiskey must go. I know. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go. Whiskey must.
Whiskey must go. Mbundu must go. Mbundu must go. Whiskey must go.
Whiskey must go. Whiskey must go.
Tamanwa whiskey.
Tabata munati. Bari whiskey. Watamaya. We have adjourned for 10 minutes. 10 minutes adjournment. Adjourned for 10 minutes. We'll come back after 10 minutes. Whiskey go! Whiskey go! Whiskey go!
Come, stand up. There's pothole all over elders. Come, money paisas me. Come, stand up. Potholes are all over elders. Potholes are all over elders. Come, stand up.
Eish. Cheers. says the birthday notice. It's a birthday notice. It's like this for you, for that guy. It's a birthday notice for that guy from Moon. What are they doing to your friends? Huh?
We took an adjournment, so let me call it back. Councillors, we have to proceed.
Atama. How ye? Atama ye. How ye?
Councillors, please settle down. We are going to proceed now. Councillors, the 10-minute adjournment is over. We are proceeding. Councillors, we are proceeding.
No, that chick is very nice. Your finger is on the camera.
What's happening?
Just so they can close.
Councillors, will you take your seats, please? Councillors, will you take your seats? Councillors, will you take your seats? Hamba we know. Councillors, will you take your seats? The councillors that are disrupting the meeting in the middle of the council chamber, please take your seats. Councillors in the middle of the chamber, I'm asking you to take your seats, please.
Speaker. Yes, sir.
Councillors,
Speaker, we
I'm
note
asking you to please take
the
your
Q3
seats.
reports from
You
the
had
DD.
your opportunity to say what you wanted to. We're now going to allow Councillor Mbundu.
Bundu afambi, Speaker. Bundu afambi, Speaker.
This one is not
Bundu afambi, afambi, afamba.
Speaker, we clearly touched the nerve. We note that
We refuse to we refuse to be addressed by the
Let's go. Let's go.
going to speak until you
we note the
our press.
are not going
Bundu must go. Bundu must go.
Joburg is facing its worst crisis.
Whiskey,
And come back to howl and eat and come back to howl. Youth unemployment 0.4%. Poverty rate is 52%. The quality of life is 52%. Mental health in general are affected. Speaker, we went on to discover that not only but this patient also has a cancer. A cancer. 3 decades of progressively deteriorating. What is this cancer? Corruption and maladministration, gross nepotism, rampant qualified workforce level.
I'm not going to speak here.
Speaker, if this multi this patient coach Joburg
I'm not going to be
on the operating table under the previous
by people who are
patients have been affected more than and these organs so deep themselves are determined to continue at all costs. Oblivion to the they serve. These organs.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor.
To the body.
Councillor Mhlongo, stop doing that.
These organs will go on.
have got corona, must not speak.
These organs will go on and attempt to poison. And as such, it has become necessary to save the body once and for all. No, become travel organ out of the deed. I'll do it. Workers in whatever. Speak. We is in progress. Review. What the process.
Thank you, Councillor Mbundu. Councillors, can we take our seats so that we continue with the next item on the agenda? Thank you very much. Thank you, MMC Mbundu. We'll take your speech as it is written and include it into the minutes.
Thank you. On the point of order, yeah.
The case does not get brought in danger.
Muruti wa tsotsi Sithole uprotecta Sgebeku.
Thank you, councillors. Can we settle down? Thank you. Councillors, can you settle down, please? Chairperson Nkomo. Chairperson Nkomo. Councillors, you had your opportunity to speak. Can you please take your seats?
We are still busy.
Can you please take your seats? Thank you.
Councillor Ward 53 is going to ethics for singing. Councillor Ward 56 is going to ethics for singing.
Councillor Mkina. Councillor Mkina. Can I ask that the caucus is controlled, please? We want to continue with the meeting. Councillor Nkomo, can you close the item, please?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I ask that that council approve.
Dagama, you can
item
continue.
7, 8. Item 7, 8.
Childish behavior.
7, 8. And 58. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nkomo. Councillors, councillors, the recommendations are on pages 7.5, 8.3, 9.16, 10.4, 11.10, and 15.9. Up to 58.10. Are the recommendations agreed to? Thank you very much. Can we move on to the next item? Secretary. Councillors, can I ask you to stop singing? We are dealing with the items on the agenda.
You can continue,
Can you please take your seats? Councillors, can you please take your seats?
Secretary.
Please announce it, Secretary.
Councillors, we are on item 12, which is the performance assessment report. Assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Read together with item 13, which is a performance assessment report for the City Power Johannesburg Limited for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Also read together with item 14, which is a performance report for Johannesburg Water Limited for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. And also read together with item 15, which is a performance assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg Limited for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. And all those items are read together with item 67, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2021-22 third quarter performance assessment report of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up Johannesburg, Johannesburg Water, and Johannesburg City Power for the period January to March 2022.
Thank you very much. Chairperson Ngobeni.
Thank you, Speaker. Executive Mayor in absentia, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, all chairpersons of Section 79 oversight committees, leaders of all political parties, fellow councillors, managers, and officials of council, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, all protocols observed. Speaker, I stand to highlight the state of the EIS portfolio within the city, which consists of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Johannesburg Water, Pick It Up, and City Power for the period between January and March of 2022. Speaker, the Environment and Infrastructure Services portfolio within the city is the heartbeat of service delivery. The mandatory basic services such as the provision of water, electricity, and a clean environment as clearly articulated in our Constitution all fall under the EIS portfolio. The scope of this portfolio therefore calls for a greater oversight mechanism to ensure that the executive delivers and ensures that residents of the city are not shortchanged. Having a well-run city is a non-negotiable priority if we are to achieve the task of improving the lives of the residents of Johannesburg. On EISD itself, the department's performance for the third quarter was reported at an 83% performance achievement rate, with 10% of the targets out of 12 met. Targets that were not achieved were reportedly in relation to procurement delays, shortages of staff, and percentage of waste diverted from landfill sites. Through robust engagement with the EISD, with the department, it committed to accelerating and improving performance on these unfulfilled KPIs. The committee will carefully monitor these KPIs in the fourth quarter to ensure that they are fulfilled. On City Power. Speaker, it remains concerning that City Power's performance by the end of the quarter is sitting at 50%, with an achievement of 14 KPIs out of 28 that were due for reporting. Underspending and target variance have resulted in City Power's underperformance in the remaining financial period. The entity continues to be confronted with countless challenges associated with the decline in revenue generation, illegal connections, billing errors, and fluctuations in customer numbers. Speaker, on this one, the committee urges the MMC to investigate whether City Power knows who all its customers are. Furthermore, it cannot be that ordinary residents get cut off while big business continues without reported consequences, including those using hijacked buildings without paying for services. Theft and vandalism of City Power infrastructure are also identified as key risks within the entity. The repair and maintenance of property, plant, and equipment remain very low. Furthermore, the committee notes that most streetlights in the city of Joburg are not well maintained. This is of great concern for the safety of the residents of the city, particularly in high-risk areas. The committee will continue monitoring City Power to ensure that they are met in the upcoming quarters. It goes without saying that electricity is a critical basic service which must be afforded every citizen in the city. On Johannesburg Water, the performance of Johannesburg Water achieved 11 KPIs out of a total of 23. This means that a total of 12 KPIs were not achieved. The committee noted with great disappointment that no new households were provided with access to basic sanitation against a target of 500. This we find unacceptable. Other targets not met include the percentage of water bursts restored within 48 hours of notification and compliance of wastewater treatment works, which was at 80% against a target of 90%. Sewer spillages from wastewater treatment works, which is a result of pollution of water resources and continues to contribute to the destruction of ecological systems. Lastly, Speaker, Joburg Water performed well on clearing sewer blockages within 24 hours of notification, achieving an average of 95%. On Pick It Up, by the end of the third quarter, the Pick It Up achieved 6 out of 11
Time
quarterly
is
targets.
over, Councillor.
Is it time?
Yes, your time.
Oh,
is over.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mkize.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Vascota de Gama.
You see, it doesn't only happen to me.
Chair of Chairs, our caucus leader, MMC, Councillor Mlungis Mabaso, fellow councillors, I greet you all. On city power, a team must dispatch to operate to make sure all street lights are working. I understand that there is a lot of cable theft in the city of Johannesburg. When streets are dark, most areas in city of Johannesburg, when streets are dark, they become hotspot of crime. City Power must deliver a quality service to avoid illegal connection. On Johannesburg water, South Africa has a water shortage crisis. Joburg Water has to make sure that this scarce resource is preserved. When they are past pipe, they should be attended to immediately to avoid water wastage. The drainage system needs to be fixed because once it rains, there is flooding in the street which then cause accident and road decay. On Pick It Up, the shortage of skip bin in the CPD contribution to illegal dumping, which result to the city being dirty, a threat to be business friendly. If Pick It Up can replace the bin immediately after emptying them, Pick It Up has a mandate to keep the city clean and preserve an attractive environment. The no dumping sign should be visible to avoid illegal dumping. Somlomo, ngiyafisa mina esikhulumayo la kwi council chamber kube into esiphumayo siyoyenza ngaphandle. Ngifisa singa indicate ka right bese sijikela ka left ngoba abantu abasemva kwethu bazoshayisa. I thank you.
Problem ki English.
Ngiyabonga, Councillor. Councillor Sirane.
Thank you, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings. Thank you, Speaker. To the EFF, Johannesburg leadership and the entire caucus led by the capable party leader, Councillor Spetlele Rasurute. One eye foot soldier, receive my revolutionary and humble greetings. Speaker, allow me to extend my greetings to fellow councillors in the chamber. Open quote, darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. I rise on behalf of EFF to speak for the rejected and marginalized indigent communities from Ivory Park to Orange Farm. Speaker, I will be speaking on item 13, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 67. We note the assessment report for ISD from Jan to March on City Power. We note the report with the following consent through Section 88 of Municipal Finance Management Act. For this quarter, the city has achieved 50% on its overall performance. Failure of the City Power to repair our street lights is a major concern to residents of Ivory Park and all black dominant settlement in Johannesburg. The Board of City Power must note that these problems contribute to crime within our society. We urge City Power to do a proper audit to all businesses and companies using our electricity, if they are all paying their bills. If we have those that are not paying, with immediate effect, we must cut off our services to them. On Joburg Water, the entity continues to decline in delivering a better service delivery to our people. All the streets of inner city got running water everywhere, and this means that we have leakages that no one is taking accountability of. We urge the city to fix all their aging infrastructure, because failure to replace these old pipes, we are therefore conceding that we are failing the mandate of the voters. On Pick It Up, we note the quarterly report of Pick It Up. However, it remains a major concern that plastic bags meant for household are sold even today at local tuck shops. We urge for investigation to be done on this problem. We also appeal to MMC on behalf of our communities to bring back the corrugated iron zinc bins to minimize the illegal dumping within dumping corners of our communities. It is disappointing to learn that disappointing to learn that the confused DA-led coalition government doesn't have a mechanism in place to resolve the issue of dustbins in informal settlement to avoid this illegal dumping. We demand that MMC SAN must come up with an alternative to this problem. On the oversight report on item number 67, the oversight report on ISD can be approved, and all matters not achieved on KPIs must be attended urgently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Van Wyk. Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow Democrats, all protocol observed. I rise on item 14. Last year in June 2021, I personally wrote a letter to the then CEO of City Power about the shocking state of the entity. No parts to the point of Coke bottles being used in place of joints, copper wire and black tape in place of fuses, and ever-growing lists of plants out of service. This was the collapse of City Power, the very entity that dictates the outlook of this city. As this report suggests, there is a lot of work to do. However, as has always been the case, the DA, along with the multi-party partners, are the light to save the cities, and surely Johannesburg is no different, as we take Johannesburg through a series of firsts for the residents, because we get things done. For the first time in Joburg's history, the forward and progressive Mayor Palazzi and MMC SAN hosted the first ever Energy Indaba, which brought together energy experts to discuss the city's desire to reduce its dependence on Eskom, the national state-owned entity that has destroyed the city grid. And for the first time in our history, the city has plans to partner with independent power producers, because in areas where we govern, we believe in a power surplus, and we believe no one should have to suffer load shedding. This is a business-friendly city. For the first time ever, City Power will be truly focused on the customer, as we finally roll out customer care centers at all depots, where residents can call and visit any time to get live and accurate updates. We have also taken the entity to the 21st century, as updates now come every 2 hours via Twitter. This is a smart city that cares. For the first time, City Power quality assurance teams, meaning a well-needed decrease in the repeat outages our residents face day on day from poor workmanship. This is a city that gets the basics right. For the first time, contract call-out fees have been cancelled, meaning millions will now be saved and can be spent on what actually helps our residents, such as the purchase of additional parts, security materials, and much-needed tech upgrades, and so much more. For the first time ever, there is a formal MOU in place to allow residents to act alongside City Power in securing our substations. This is an all-inclusive city. All this was done within 6 months. We as councillors, alongside the residents of Joburg, can now once again have hope that the city, as we have the freedom to move safely under working streetlights, the fairness of equal access to electricity, the opportunity to run business startups in an uninterrupted grid, and live with renewed optimism in our diverse city. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor van Dijk. Councillor Mkonta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all protocol observed. Now, Councillor Hosa, I think now, today, I'll have my 5 minutes. But thanks, Speaker, for the time. A greeting to fellow colleagues. I stand here to speak on third quarter report of ESD. I'll mainly focus on item 13, 15, and 67. City power. Energy is the most fundamental element in the developing economy, which needs to prioritize as a source of ability to do work in all sectors of the economy within the city. The KPI's performance of the third quarter, which is at 50% as per the report, as much as that is the moderate performance to reach the ultimate goal, which is the distinction performance of all the stakeholders involved, needs to be fast-track their duties. Mr. Speaker, let me make my submission focusing on Pick It Up report. That's item 15 and item 57. The coalition government, Mr. Speaker, continues to experience waste management challenges inherited from the previous administration. We have seen the Pick It Up workers engage in massive protests where garbage was thrown all over and compromising the residents' rights to live in an environment which is not detrimental to their health. This stark contrast to Section 107 of NEMA 1998. Mr. Speaker, the landfill site in Johannesburg are almost full to capacity, making it more difficult for municipal trucks to access these avenues. This is further exacerbated by illegal waste cyclists who dominate the environment. It hasn't whoever come to our notice that these cyclists are of foreign nationals. Mr. Speaker, what awaits the future of the landfill sites in the city of Johannesburg? The lifespan of these landfill sites now 3 years, and by the time they will be filled to capacity. It is regrettable that the Metro did not put any contingency measures, which I think is alien to the nature of environmental policy, e.g. reduce, recycle, and reuse. Mr. Speaker, one of the many best ways of responding to the manifestation should be the Metro must implement the bylaws and to institute fines to those who will be on the wrong side of the law. Mr. Speaker, Pick It Up should add prospects of disposing of the waste by compromising the waste and duty it underground while taking cognizance of underground water pollution possibilities. Mr. Speaker, the city should strengthen recyclers by way of regulating them. Cyclists should register their companies, and the Metro should assist identifying major recyclers companies such as Council. Recycling has gone economical spin off while reducing waste to accepted levels. Mr. Speaker, the city should look prospects of identifying more land for purposes of landfill sites, looking at the issue of population dynamics. As you know, that the ever-increasing population is now scrambling for land. It is therefore I submit to this department to act without any further procrastination in order to avoid any form of disappointment. Mr. Speaker, I should undertake a benchmark tour to under metros to run the waste management as much more suitable fashion to lecture on the finer points of environment imperatives. The department should take the tour. We need to take a tour and visit places or countries like Rwanda. How did they get their country clean? Mr. Speaker, it's my last speech to deliver under this portfolio. I would like to wish new journey to end to all environment suitable waste management, to have and make sure that people of the city of Johannesburg live
time
in a
is
clean
over,
place.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonto. If you can switch off your mic. Thank you. Councillor Ponsonby.
Good evening and thank you, Speaker. May I acknowledge my caucus leader, Councillor Esther Sauls I, and my whip, Peter Rafferty, Councillor Peter Rafferty. I greet you, Mr. Speaker. I greet all of my colleagues here today. I didn't want to speak on this one, but I'm going to speak because it hits home, especially when it comes to city power. Once we were sitting in council again today, and the lights was off in El Dorado Park since 1:30 this morning. So I want to say this to the administration, that if we want to reach the golden repair, we need to approach it with a platinum mindset. Only in that way, we will get it right to fix whatever is broken. I've just heard what my astute and learned colleague just said with regards to landfill sites. Eldos is suffering under the end of a landfill site. I want to say that we now need to look at allowing communities to seek alternative energy or renewable plants within those communities that can eat down. We don't need any more land to put up landfill sites because it brings disease and it brings all those type of things to communities. I live in a community that has a landfill site next to it. On entering into the community, you have a stench, the first thing as you enter El Dorado Park. The second thing is pollution in the air. The third thing is dirt all over. Freedom Park, El Dorado Park is experiencing, and our people are suffering because of landfill sites. I want to say that we really need to look and allowing communities to start eating off or eating down these landfill sites with renewable energy plants. City Power, let's work on the golden repair. Joburg Water, we have too much clean water running around. People need those water. We will run into water shortages if this persists. Kliptown, the whole of Kliptown has clean water running all over the streets. It is not being tended to. The people of Kliptown are still suffering with drinking water. They have to go to communal sites with built-up communities, and I think it's about time that we address these issues. I thank you. Spaisani.
Eldos is full of
Thank you, Councillor Ponsonby.
Rising.
Councillor Bitkau.
Mr. Speaker, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. I rise to speak to item 14, the third quarter report by Joburg Water. However, I need to state how much more civil and efficient last month's council meeting was. Mr. Speaker, today is very special as after years I'm actually smiling as the improvements in service and the notable improvement in capital projects is a pleasure to note. The board of the entity underwent some critical changes, and a whole new work-related ethic seems to have been instilled in Joburg Water. The most notable is the replacement of 39.5 kilometers of water piping and 17.9 kilometers of sewer pipes in this quarter. against an annual target as set by the previous administration of 26 kilometers and 15.7 kilometers for the year. It must further be noted that last year only a total of 38 kilometers of water piping was replaced. This truly is a golden start, even with the constraints of us still working with the leftovers of the previous administration's budget. Payment levels also increased. However, it must be noted that 668 million is owed by government departments, of which 447 million are over 90 days. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised by this, as we all know who is in charge of these provincial and national departments. With all these obstacles put in our way, the overall improvement in service delivery must be applauded. Yes, it is a golden start. Even the marked improvement in the technical office, where previously we had non-awards of tenders valued at over 1.1 billion, and now only just over 200 million, must be noted. Furthermore, sewer blockages resolved within 24 hours exceed the set target of 95%. Unfortunately, as mentioned, freshwater pipe bursts are below target at 80.1% against a target of 92%. This, however, is understandable due to the
Thank you,
problems
Councillor
with
Betker.
repairing
Your time is over.
No, it can't be. Sorry.
It is. Thank you.
Impossible.
No, your time is over,
Your clock is
Councillor.
wrong.
It's
Your
over.
clock is wrong. I've got 2.6 minutes at 2 minutes
Yeah,
47.
that's what it was, Councillor. Thank you.
Said, Madala said.
Can you switch off your mic? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm right. I know I'm right.
Councillor Makama. Councillor Makamu. Councillor Makamu. Thank you.
Greetings to the Chief Whip of the ANC caucus and all councillors. Speaker, I will be speaking on EISD, City Power, Joburg Water, and pick it up. On EISD, the ANC note with great concern the vacancy rate of 49%, an increase compared to the second quarter report, which was 48%. And that the EISD still face the procurement challenges which impact negatively to the performance of the department. Lastly, on EISD, the ANC would like to commend the department for achieving 100% compliance with all the regulations. On City Power, Speaker, the ANC note that City Power experienced financial challenges in the quarter under review, with the risk that the entity might have insufficient funds to meet its financial obligation as a major strategic threat to the business. For the period under review, the company has not been able to meet the financial and service delivery expectations of the shareholders. It has been experiencing unprecedented network outages, resulting in negative impact on service delivery and customer experience. Speaker, City Power is spending its operational budget, is not spending its operational budget as expected, while there are township areas whose street lights are not functioning and in need of repairs and maintenance. And the ANC view this as a crime against humanity. Speaker, the executive mayor spoke of strategy of getting the basics right. How do you get the basic rights when you can't spend on the simple things of fixing the street light? Speaker, the ANC therefore call upon the City Power top management to take a night tour to Greater Ivory Park to see whether they can accept the condition that the people are exposed to. On Joburg Water, Speaker, the ANC note with concern the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure amounting to 106 million 106.7 million in cash during the quarter under review on the stewardship of the DA-led administration. On pick it up, Speaker, the ANC notes the achievement and challenges faced by this entity. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Makamu. Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Fellow councillors, all protocol observed. Sorry, I rise to speak on MD. And so we made our way to the peak of the landfill site, and en route, the blood from the slain victims called out from the soil for justice. The minute of silence held in council for the slain victims suddenly seemed so sacrilegious. And so, Speaker, to the right of you sits the executive of the multi-party government led by the remarkable leadership of Mayor Palazzi, and behind them sits the team that will move forward and navigate the sunken ship from the murky waters to the clear waters where the scales of justice, freedom, equity, and equality prevails. Speaker, the golden repair is in motion so that the people of this city will experience more sweet than bitter in the future. I thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you, Councillor Jacobs. MMC Sun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Samonane, Dumelang, Absheni. Good evening, colleagues. Goeienaand, allemaal. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I've taken note of the remarks made by the honorable councillors. I really want to share some of the challenges that we face as the city, not in terms of political parties, not in terms of constituencies, but us as the city of Johannesburg. Johannesburg water, missing manhole covers. Just for this quarter, there's 724. It's going to cost us R1 million to replace. Stolen water meters or hydrant covers. 900,000 rand to replace. I go further down, stolen water meters, confirmed illegal connections. Year to date, 3,113 illegal connections of water. City Power is no different. We have received 400.
MMC, can you use that mic just next to you? Let's just test that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
As noisy. Okay.
Can you
And
then
the
hear me
one
if I
where-
do this?
The last one on this side. Yes, that one. If you can just move your things closer to that one. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
and we did stop your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's
As I was saying, City Power has received 456 incidents of cable theft and vandalism. We've spent so far 7.5 million rand in OPEX in fixing and replacing those stuff. 33 illegal connection removals operations since the quarter in question. Now, why do I bring this to your attention, Honorable Councillors and Mr. Speaker, is that all these unnecessary costs could be have saved. We could have used that towards our golden repair. We could have used it as Councillors Van Wyk, Councillor Bidkow, and Councillor Jacob have raised, is that the positivities in us making changes in getting the basics right does cost money. And we want to ensure that we spread those resources equally. Councillor Makamu, I want to highlight one thing that all the councillors have mentioned, streetlights. Yes, we have certainly a lot of room for improvement in ensuring that we improve the services of the department, Johannesburg Water, City Power, and pick it up. But I also want to say this in closing, that there are many taps left running in the city. In fact, that we lose so much resources in the city that those taps sometimes don't run water, they run gravy. It is important that we must tighten those taps to ensure that we root out corruption, incompetency, and a lot of the other issues that stifles progress in our work. Lastly, councillors, I want to thank you. I want to thank the committee members of Section 79 to ensure that we are always on our toes, that we ensure that we continue with the golden repair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Chairperson Ngobeni, just to close.
Thanks, Speaker. Before I end off, let me say that the EIS is large and critical to the city's functioning, as you saw with the March of Sowetans yesterday. Therefore, Chair, I think as Chair of this committee, I require more ministry report, or that Councillor Magamo can give me some of his time. The EIS committee strongly appeals to the MMC of EISD as well as group corporate and shared services to please resolve issues relating to inadequate and ineffective fleet-related challenges that affect all EIS entities. Mr. Speaker, noting the observations cited in the tabled oversight report, the EIS Section 79 Oversight Committee recommends that Council approve the third quarter budget and performance assessment reports of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Joburg Water, Pick It Up, Johannesburg, and Johannesburg City Power for the period January to March 2022. Speaker, I also tabled the oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2021-2022 third quarter budget and performance assessment reports of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up, Johannesburg Water, and Johannesburg City Power for the period January to March 2022, noting observations contained in the body of that report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairpersons. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 12.3, 13.7, 14.4, 15.5, and 69.10 to 67.10. point 11. Are the items agreed to?
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
We are now moving to items 16, which is performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 2021-22 financial year for the period January to March 2022. Read together with item 17, which is a performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2021-22 financial year for period January to March 2022. And both items are read together with item 59, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2021-22 third quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period January to March 2022.
Thank you very much. Chairperson De Lange.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Section 79 Finance Committee, I table the performance assessment reports of Group Finance, Group Information Services, and the Oversight Report, item 59, for the second quarter for consideration through Council. Speaker, as jy my sal toelaat, wil ek net graag 'n paar dinge uitlig. On this quarter, there was a definite increase on collections. Met hierdie invorderings, Speaker, is bitter belangrik om ons kapitale projekte en ons operasionele projekte te finansier. In layman's terms, the more we get, the more we can give. In the third quarter, the city realized a solvency ratio of 2.5 for the first time. A highlight, of course, Speaker, is a 100% decrease in UIFW against a target of 50%. And I think that is a huge achievement for the city in this quarter. A few concerns, though, Speaker, is meter reading inaccuracies that plagues the billing system. On the financial reporting, there's also inaccuracies, and we picked up a copy and paste from the second quarter in some of the reports. Reporters must really focus on the allocations of the national and the provincial grants to lock in future grant allocations. Speaker, die toegewings, as ons dit nie gaan spandeer nie, gaan ons probleme hê om dit weer te ontvang. Reverting back to English. If we don't spend our grants, we're going to have problems in future to actually receive those allocations. Speaker, on Group ICT, we achieved a 99% uptime, and so far on the Smart City projects, we've achieved 60% in this specific quarter on those programs. But it is critical for the department, especially in Group ICT, to zoom in on the AG findings and start sorting those out as soon as possible. Speaker, just an example of the inaccuracies that we've picked up on the reporting. On page 32 of the report, it is stated that there's 421.4 million on spending. But in the same report, on page 33, it states that it's 297 million spending. And that makes it very difficult for us to do oversight if we start repairing quarters with each other. So just in closing, if we can ask the departments to sort out the inaccuracies in the report, in the tabling, and in the calculation so we can get a clear picture. On that note, I ask Council to consider these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Councillor Boer.
Speaker, Executive Mayor in her absence, fellow colleagues, I want to raise on item 16, the third quarter report of Group Finance. As was mentioned by the Chairperson, Finance made good progress in the collection. The collection rate on electricity went up to close to 100%. On water and sewage, there's still room for improvement, but there's a very positive trend. But however, we can only collect what we bill. And we picked up a very concerning trend in the billing process. If we look on the financial report, the year-to-date figures, the income generated from electricity was 12.7 billion, which was 14% down on the budgeted figure, while the expense was standing at just over 10 billion, only 2% down. And we need to get answers on that. How can income be 14% down while expense is only 2% down? When we look at water, we see this more or less the same pattern, although we can't see out of the report the actual cost of the bulk water purchases, but even our water income was 6.1 billion, 9% down on budget. If we look and we break this down to our monthly billings, there's a very concerning pattern coming up here. In the first month of the second quarter, October last year, we budgeted for 4.4 billion rand income. We billed only 4.5. So there we had a positive variance of 41 million, so we billed 101%. In November last year, we budgeted for 4.6. We only billed 4.3. There was a negative of 347 million. December, 4.8. We billed 4.4. There was a negative of 500 million. January, budget of 4.5. We billed 4.2, a negative of 400 million. February, it got worse. We budgeted for 4.5. We did an actual billing of 4 billion. We lost 500 million. And in March, it was even worse. 4.7 budget, actual billing 4 billion. We lost 700 million. And when this is total billing, but when we break this down into billing for electricity, it becomes very, very concerning. Quarter one of the current financial year, from July to September, we had a budgeted billing for electricity 5.6, the actual 5.4. We achieved 97%. Quarter two, we budgeted for 5.2. We billed 4.2. We got a billing of 81%. And listen to this, quarter three, January to March, we had a budget billing for electricity, 5.1 billion. The actual was 3.8. We lost 1.2 billion on budget. We billed 75% of our budget figures. And those figures, Speaker, are very, very concerning.
Councillor Boer, your time is over. Thank you. Councillor Nentamba.
Thank you, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Spekela Raseruti, and our chief whip, Nhlanhla Radebe, and the 29 battalions of the EFF. I'm raising on item 16, 17, and 59. Speaker, as the EFF, we note the overall group finance, overall performance for quarter. Note the GICT performance for quarter 3. However, we maintain that the Zenzele, a Joburg portal, was not designated or created with the entire population in mind. This portal is accessible to the few elite, those with access to the resources such as smartphone, internet access, and personal laptops, and etc. We need to get the basics right, like this report claims this portal, before getting the infrastructure up and running, is basically starting with what should have been at the end. This is an indication that the mixed up of lack of strategic thinking. Only about 50,000 people out of 6 million of the population have access to this. The 50,000 are mostly likely those sitting in suburbs with access. The question is, what about our people in Slovo, Snake Park, Deep Sloot, and Brandfisher, and etc.? The Wi-Fi hotspot rolls out, particularly in the township, should have been the first on the list to ensure that our people have access to the world and the opportunity, and that they are not have to walk the distance to the clinic and to the schools just to have access to the internet. In particular, youth that need internet access to study and job opportunity. Without getting the basic right, the smart city will remain a dream. The GICT report states that the ICT infrastructure has been upgraded and renewed. While in many offices of the city, our people still complain of being turned away because the systems are offline every other day when they go there. We hope there will be an improvement in this area, and we will monitor it very closely. Speaker, looking at the oversight report, it is shocking how our entities such as Joburg Water and City Power are being run. We can safely say that even our Somalian brothers, spaza shops owners are doing a better job than those running this city. Speaker, we cannot allow our people to be subjected to such kind of mediocre. It is time that people are held accountable. All this is happening in our city because there is not deliberate move from the DA to ensure that all vacancies are filled as matter of urgency. We cannot continue to have Omas and Tanis acting in our public offices for donkey years without even the required skills or qualification. This vacancy must be filled by qualified people on the permanent basis to ensure accountability as soon as yesterday. A starting point will be the position of a city manager. Remember, Speaker, as the EFF, we want the city to be accountable for corrupt-free government as per our Oh, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Modukane. Councillor Modukane. Councillor Kutrius.
Thank you, Speaker. Action 8 says withdrawing that speaker for that item.
Councillor Kutrius, I didn't hear.
Sorry, Speaker. I said we're withdrawing that speaker for that item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sindani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to our Chief Whip, led by a capable Councillor Eunice. I would like also to take this opportunity and welcome our newly elected Councillor in a ward that others thought it will be won by them. Councillor Nchabeni, you are welcome. No, me and you, we are on the same boat, but there are those who think, you know. Also, as the African National Congress, we would like to take this opportunity and ask the Councillor of Ward 19 to convey a message to the Kayaletu Makadla of Dlamini 1. Today it's 11 days while the search is still continuing to find the young boy, and our prayers are with him. We would like the Councillor to convey that message. Please cite that it comes from the ANC caucus led by the very capable Councillor Uni. Speaker, as the African National Congress, we note the report. We note the report of quarter 3, and we also appreciate the collection that has been made up to so far. The budget has been, the target has been, the budget has been exceeded by 4%, and the money that has been collected is 535.6 million in revenue. We appreciate that. But Speaker, we must also raise a concern as the African National Congress to say, when the budget allocation is done, can you also consider the wards, can you also consider the region that is predominant by blacks? Because we see a trend of now late that the budget allocation, when it comes to the region that are led by the African National Congress, the budget is being chopped, and you increase in the areas where the wards are led by the DA and its coalition. We are also concerned, Speaker, that the golden repair that is being cited in this House will never see its day, because there's a new tendency of the are found in the cookie jar. So the golden repair that you are talking about, it will end up in the hands that is not supposed to be. Equally, Speaker, we like to bring to your attention, if you look at the Municipal Financial Act 56 of 2003 is very clear on the roles of office bearers and the separation of powers. We note what has been happening in one of the MMCs who has mangled herself on the MTN contract. We are very aware of that, and this is where our concern emanates from, that the golden repair is going to benefit certain individuals. In conclusion, we have always said to our African people, in particular blacks, they must stop associating themselves with the Action SA that is run by white people. Because you see now what is happening. They appear as a wolf on a sheepskin. We are not going to let this thing go unnoticed.
Speaker.
Of Mbundu. We thank you.
There's a
Sit
point
down.
of order, Councillor. Councillor Kutrius.
Yeah, Speaker, I don't think it's right that this House allows what that councillor just said, and I take strong offense to what he has just said. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Councillors, can we please get back to the business of the day? Thank you. Councillor Papu.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to fellow councillors and all protocol observed. Speaker, quarter 3 of the Finance Department indicates the greater possibilities of turning the city of Johannesburg into a well-run city. The report indicates that the multi-party government is on the right track to ensure that the city remains financially stable, and that places it in a better position to deliver service to its residents. Speaker, numbers don't lie, and that's what quarter 3 tells us in terms of the revenue collection. We have exceeded our target. Of 90%, we have now been able to collect 94.2%. And I thank the honesty from the councillor at the other side to appreciate, to see that the current multi-party government, it is working. Speaker, imagine what more thing we will achieve if the strategies of collections are in hands with the data management process that the multi-party government is envisaging to ally the entities' billings to have a smart billing in such a way that we have residents being billed on what they consume than the estimates. Speaker, if you look at Q3 and all critical financial indicators, it really affirms that everything is still intact and we are still within the acceptable benchmark. And that, Speaker, the narrative that the multi-party government is not working is totally not true. Those who are rejected by their constituencies in the previous election, they must urgently find solution to their problems because multi-party government is not part of their 99 problems. Speaker, that is even again affirmed by the credit rating agency, that the outlook has been adjusted from negative to a stable, which indicates that there is a resilience in operating performance and liquidities of finance that translates the city of Johannesburg to be falling within the category of a middle investment category with a low risk on a long-term investment by the current credit rating. Speaker, although there are good things, there are greater worrying factors from supply chain. Q3 tells us that it takes on an average 174 days for a supply chain to award a tender to a successful bidder. And we know that tenders play a very central role in service delivery. And it is evident in Q3 that now over 3 years, the city does not have a sinking fund manager. Supply chain department is indecisive in finalizing the appointment of the sinking fund manager. Maybe, given the corrupt historical account of the sinking fund manager, this is deeper than just an appointment of the service provider. But as a multi-party government, we are appealing to the supply chain to finalize the appointment in such a way that the money that sits in the form of bonds in the JEC can realize its value and can be again assisting us in terms of paying our debts. Speaker, supply chain has failed to pay valid invoices in 30 days, within 30 days. Clearly, there is a problem with the turnaround strategy that they have approved by the previous government. In concluding on item 16, Speaker, supply chain needs to come to the party and don't delay service delivery based on unknown motives and political delay tactics by the bid evaluation committee or the bid education committee. We hope that an open tender system will minimize these delays and there will be transparency in all throughout the stages of tender allocation. Quickly running into item 17, which is the group ICT, we note and welcome the achievement on Zenzele Joburg e-portal with an increased user from 44,000 now sitting currently just over 50,000. And again, we note on the reseller program that is aimed to increase the SMME participation in the ICT procurement services within the city. we again note that unlike other departments, Group ICT was able to pay all its suppliers within 30 days, which makes it a very important to the SMMEs to be paid within time because they carry the potential within the digital economy that has been driven by the digital data technology society. Multi-party government note with concern unachieved targets on this reporting period, and we appeal that there should be hotspot being rolled, in particular underprivileged areas, which includes informal settlement. To have access to internet, it has become faster, a necessity, not a nice thing to have. As we are carrying government, we need to find solution in such a way that internet accessibility through our hotspot is realized. In concluding, Speaker, it will make it very logical to all residents of City of Johannesburg, from in particular the disadvantaged areas, to have access to internet. Before we can even talk about the slogans such as 4IR, let us make it practical for the access of the internet as a caring government, so that young people will take the opportunities to align with the digital economy in the center, in the city of Johannesburg, that will
Thank you, Councillor.
slowly be shining
Your time
again.
is
Thanks.
over. Councillor Marema.
Thank you very much, Speaker, Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, outgoing acting mayor Leonot, councillors of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg. I'm rising to speak on item 17. While the African National Congress notes the report with concern, Speaker, it's one thing to blame someone when you are not the one playing the game. And it's another thing to be the player and to be confronted with the same thing you once was a critic of. Surely the multi-party government thought it is easy to govern than to be in the opposition. We see this on the reports presented to us that seeks to paint the picture of the bad old while we're living in the West present moment. Speaker, the devil is in the details. Some took over government thinking it is easy just to change things from the face value. Ziyakhala manje. Zibaxakile izinto. The following KPIs, which are supposed to respond to the very basic yet we're still blaming the previous government, almost at the end of the financial year end. The KPI of rolling of Wi-Fi hotspots, not achieved. End-user hardware, the refresh of desktop and laptops, not achieved. Automation of reporting and governance, not achieved. This multi-party government must focus on doing its job and delivering services to the residents of the City of Johannesburg, instead of always wanting to shift blame to the previous government. But I'm not surprised, Speaker. He who can't dance says the music is too fast. Speaker, I'm not even surprised by Councillor Papo there, who says the administration is performing better, we have improved. The report, though, suggests otherwise, Councillor Papo. The lie that he keeps telling himself, thinking it will one day become the true, it's false. Wake up, Councillor. We're in council chamber now. The positions, the vacant position. This, I want Councillor Papo to note this. The total number of positions, the vacant position, as per the approved structure, is 684. 89 of those positions are filled. 595 positions are vacant, yet Papo comes here live on TV and say, we're improving. He says we're improving. The mayor says the city where we have.
Councillor, there's a point of order. Please take your seat. Councillor Alexander, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, could we ask that we remind the councillor that they must address the councillor through you and not directly the councillor, and it's Councillor Papo, not just Papo. But he shouldn't be addressing the
thank you,
councillor
Councillor.
directly.
Madam.
Councillor Morema, I think it's a fair request. Can we stick to that?
Speaker, it's a fair request. Listening is a skill. It must be noted that the department is relying heavily on consultants and outsourced contracts to deliver a service. A report to insource some of the services has been compiled, and the percentage vacancy rate is sitting at 87%. Yet, Councillor Papo, through you, Speaker, claims or tries to convince himself that he is improving. So many lies have been said about the previous administration to suit a certain narrative. This reminds me, Speaker, of a scholar called Octavia Butler. Not sure whether Octavia, maybe she could have been a DA member or so, I don't know. But Octavia Butler says, to be led by a liar is to ask to be told lies. To be led by a tyrant is to sell yourself and those you love into slavery. I thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, MMC Sadabi, on the response. Can we test that mic first, MMC Sadabi? If you can rise, please. MMC, there is no other speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Obviously, our speakers lists are different. Thank you. Thank you to all councillors for all input. Much appreciated. As the chairperson noted, that the more we receive, the more we can give. And I would just like to remind all councillors in the chamber that 100% of our operational expenditure and 60% of our capital expenditure going forward will be funded by our own revenue. So with respect to meter reading inaccuracies, we will definitely put processes in place to reduce those. Copy and paste in some reports and inaccuracies on tables. I'm surprised we didn't find them all because we do definitely look out for those, so we will do a finer tooth comb exercise going forward.
MMC,
Yes.
Just give me a minute, please. Councillors, I've been hearing different phones going off. If you're in the chamber, please put your phones on silent. It really is causing a disturbance. MMC, please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, that the grants have not been spent as much as they should have been in this financial year, and all entities have been given encouragement to make sure that in the following financial year that they spend their grants at a much better rate so that we don't have to give any of them back. And with respect to the AG findings on IT, yes, there are many, and those that need to be addressed have been, but many are disputed. So I'm sure we will have interesting discussions with the AG at the end of this year. Why is the billing less than the budgeted amount? Well, load shedding has quite a lot to do with that, because when the power goes off, there's no billing. And sales on large users with respect to power has reduced quite dramatically due to economic turndown and the slow uptake of the economy after COVID. And also illegal connections reduce the billing amount as well. Infrastructure up and running is the responsibility of the entities, and we are hearing in these quarterly reports how much better the entities are doing now under this new administration, and so I want to thank all the entities for beginning the process of repairing all our infrastructure and keeping it in good condition. Our stretch target of revenue receipt, yes, and we've done very well in the quarter under review. We have collected 940 million rand, and thank you very much to the Enhanced Revenue Collection War Room that will continue the focus on revenue collection, because, as I have said already, that most of our funding for both OPEX and CAPEX is self-funded. In our supply chain, some issues do take too long to see the light of day, and we are, as the multi-party government, looking at everything that we can legally do to improve the efficiency in the procurement process. Because as councillors, we are not allowed to participate, and there's nothing we can do but wait, and wait, and wait. The payments of our supplier invoices is a challenge, as we do not have a report that can warn us on what is not going to be paid on time. So our new application development and system support group head will have to land running, and that advert is about to be flighted soon. And Wi-Fi is currently being rolled out in Diepsloot, Orange Farm and Lawley, and 180 hotspots will be rolled out by the end of July. We have been given a huge backlog to catch up on. And with respect to the